Yeah, you found us! Hello, everybody, and welcome to paddling pool number
343.
343. Check my info there. It's almost Halloween, and it's our Halloween edition. I'm Cater, or Korok today, and I'm joined here by my lovely co-commentator, Toad.
Baba! Yeah, otherwise known as Vega. It's spooky season, everybody. And that's why we dressed up as, two Nintendo characters from two different franchises. But today is a special day because those two franchises partnered up to bring to you the paddling pool number not 434. That's a twist in the numbers. 343. Now I got it. And
There you go.
And we are starting with Cop Fan Club against Nemesis in round number 1. And before we start, I like to point out this Korok costume is wow! I'm just flabbergasted.
It's a cardboard mask with some elastic that I painted yesterday, actually, and then, funnily enough, my Riptide shirt.
Oh my god, it's just so fitting. But
I feel like the green screen really adds to it. We were talking about this before, but I wanted to green screen myself into a background from Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, and then I pulled up the chroma key and I went, I'm green. The green screen's green. I can't do that.
It's not possible, and but it's actually better this way because it's like the theme of a Korok is also green, and I think it doesn't matter really. So it really fits the style, and I dressed up as Toad. I thought about what I would do as a costume. But then I remembered I ordered for this costume for the festival season, and I also got a little gift from a friend of mine, and say hello to Little Toad. So now we're two in one frame.
That's awesome. I think I don't have any Koroks on me. I have a Korok pin, but it's on a jacket that's hanging up over there.
Okay. But maybe you can get the jacket, and then we'll see each other twice. But
enough talking about our costumes here, though, as wonderful as they are. Let's take a look at our set here. We're going to be looking at Cobb Fan Club, notably missing Cobb. So, but I kind of makes sense if your fan club. Does it make sense for your fan club to have you in it? Anyway, versus Nemesis. And we're going to go right into it. Tower control on Mahi Mahi Resort. Or not Mahi. I don't know. Why did I say that? Hagglefish Market. I've got Mahi on the brain. I've got vacations on the brain. This is Hagglefish Market. I was going to say, that's a weird map choice. We're not there. Oh.
Oh, what is... okay. What just happened there?
I don't know. Possibly teams were wrong? Oh well.
Huh. I didn't really pay much attention to the team rosters, but I'm doing it right now, and yeah, they changed up the team order. That's
well, there you go. Okay, well, while we wait for that lobby to get ready, we can go to Terra-controlled Hagglefish Market. That's what we're going first. And then we've got Clams Humpback, and if we go to our game 3, that's a Rainmaker on Undertow.
Yeah, pretty basic start at the beginning. I think Hagglefish is a good way to start into a paddling pool into a tournament like this, because it's such a classic map design, and you just basically at this point you basically know how to play on this map and how your teammates are playing if you are playing in a team that's been consistent for so many months now.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's one of the really tried and true maps here in the community. I would say possibly even on the level of like Zones Ramen, right? Where at this point you've played it so many times, so many iterations, so many tournaments that generally everybody has a pretty good idea of what they're doing here. I don't know if we can say the same for Clams Humpback,
Yeah, but I have to say, Clam's Humpback is a map mode combination that can be interesting, but that's something for the future. Right now, we are heading into Hagglefish, not Mahi Mahi Resort. That's on a different that's on a different point of the map, and we are seeing, yeah, a one thing that I immediately see is we got two rapid blasters on the side of. I have to check which team it is. I think it is Nemesis who's
Yes.
running two rapids.
So yeah, double rapid, very interesting, but of course it is tower control, so I guess if there's any mode that you're gonna bring out double rapid on, it's going to be here, but pretty quickly, that is a wipeout on the side of Nemesis, meaning that Cobb Fan Club is going to take this opportunity and rush forward to that first checkpoint already, and usually that first checkpoint will fall without very much fuss on the side of either team. It is that second checkpoint that where things really start getting heated up. There goes that first checkpoint. We've got the Cooler, the Crab, the Booyah out on the side of Cobb Fan Club. Nemesis popping that Booyah to distract the strikes as well to displace the Tower Rider, and it's successful. They force a jump out here, but they also lose their pro here. We see Cobb Fan Club still has a lot of control of mid here, though they do lose the Stamper as Nemesis finally making their way back into mid. A lot of paint going down for them. A 2-down situation on Cobb Fan Club as well, meaning that this is likely going to open the door to another push for them. Or not another, a push.
Yeah, the first points are going down for Nemesis here, and Cobb Fan Club really needs to be on their toes because two players are already down. They've got their specials and they are ready to use them properly. We are seeing Benjix right now, who just used his triple ink strikes, gets another pick on the Zap, meaning there is no cooler for them, but the defensive side of Cobb Fan Club is holding their position, and and still they are leading in this first game.
Yeah, very much so. Vinoct here having that Booyah Bomb at the ready. That's 3 specials now for Cobb Fan Club. The Booyah Bomb, the Cooler all getting picked. Attempting to shred the Booyah there, though. Raffi getting the direct. Very nice. That is the trade for them. Meanwhile, we do have the Cooler out here. This E-Leader, which we were so focused on the double rapid that I didn't point out the E-Leader here with the Zap for the Cooler. I love seeing E-Leader on tower control, but Goldship seems to be struggling to get positioned here, though with their teammates painting up mid, it is going to be a little bit easier. However, they lose the Stamper, lose the Dualies, most unfortunate there, and with the placement of the Booyah Bomb, Nemesis is going to be the ones in control of mid and trying to make this into another push for them.
Yeah, two players are going down already on the side of Cobb Fan Club, and this opens the door again for Nemesis to extend their push because they really need to. I mean, it's just 5 points, but in the end, it will be 5 points. So this is the opportunity to make something happen, and they. Oh!
Oh, a 1 point difference. Like you said, 5 points is 5 points, but 1 point is even more brutal as that push is just cut short right before the lead flip. Cobb Fan Club's defense really coming in clutch there. With 3 down on the side of Nemesis, Goldship is going to come and ride this tower, and their teammates really playing Protect the President here. As you can see, there was one threat and they just completely got jumped on. Saru going down to the crab tank here, nicely placed. You can see Raffi trying to get set up on that canopy there, but not quite to because of the threat of the crab. We have a Booyah Bomb going right into that plat area for Nemesis, and that lead is looking to be extended. We've gotten to 40 as we go into our last minute right here. That tower is just getting tapped by Goldship on the E-Leader there. Benjix looking for a place to go to catch this leader off guard. Can they do it? Not getting the pick and being forced out by the Booyah Bomb into all of this crossfire.
Oh, Benjix really trying to get out of there. And in the end, they survive, but it is a wipeout against Nemesis, and that will be the first game for Cobb Fan Club. Yeah, that I mean, we really need to point out the situation where basically uh, both counts were at 49, and Cop Fan Club, uh, stopped them just in time for them to keep the lead. That is,
Yeah.
wow, brilliant.
We're gonna look at some replays here. Looks like we've got, this is at the very beginning with that 3-down situation for Nemesis right before the wipeout. And here is the pick from Raffi, again, very nice, as Nemesis begins another one of their pushes.
Yeah, and here we are seeing the push from Nemesis being stopped at 54. It was a good push, but it wasn't quite enough at this stage. And roundabout halfway through the first game, we saw that Nemesis tried it again, but they were narrowly stopped by the zap on the tower, picking out Raffi, and that was basically the key, the key that was needed for Cop Fan Club to get this first game. I mean, in the end, they wiped out Nemesis, which we are seeing just in a few seconds, but it wasn't enough for Nemesis to take the lead out of Cop Fan Club, and that's how they are. They were,
that's how it shook out for them.
First game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, though that knockout, like you said, is how the game ended, that was a very, very tense moment for both teams, and arguably really changed the tone, because throughout this, it was like, you know, both of these teams relatively evenly matched, right? But Nemesis getting there, it is crushing to have a lead tied, and then the game says, well, since you got there second, -1 point or +1 point for you. And it's sometimes very difficult to come back from that mentally. But we are very early on in our tournament. That was just our first game after all, and so these teams have plenty more to show us. We are going to go to our second game, Clam's Humpback, which is what we were just talking about. I do wonder whether we're going to see any adaptations based on this map, wondering if the double rapid is going to still be here. As we're loading in, we get to take a look at these comps. Let's see what our teams have brought us. The leader is staying. We've got a Viper now, and no, we do not see. So that is a pretty big switch up. We've got the V-Shot coming out. We got the S-Blast on the side of Nemesis, as well as those vanilla dually squelchers. So we'll see how that comp pick shakes out for them as we enter into this just kind of neutral game. Raffi, of course, immediately getting that cooler, as is expected from that zap. And so Nemesis going to be at a bit of a fighting advantage here, as you can see, with Cobb losing their dualies.
Yeah, a bit of a fighting situation in the mid, but right now Venoct is going to go into the enemy spawn here, really getting against Raffi here, almost picking him out. In the end, he does it, and they are just below the basket right now, and they are staying there with a big clam. Opened up the basket for Cop Fan Club, but I don't know if this follow-up is really enough. I mean, it's a beginning, but Nemesis do have plenty of time to come back here.
You are absolutely right about that being a beginning, but Venoct, Ultra Stamp getting canceled, doesn't want to make it wants to make it more than a beginning for Cobb Fan Club. But meanwhile, we do have another power clam formed on the side of Cobb Fan Club, and a crab coming out here as well. So despite the cooler coming out for Nemesis, that is just completely denied the threat of this crab. S-Blast trying to do something, and does do something about it, taking out Devad on the crab. That is a full wipeout situation in favor of Nemesis, and you can see they are juggling clams frantically to try and make maybe another power clam. We get the one in, ice popping the Zoo Zuka here looking for a second power clam, does get it in, and so that benchmark 60 is reached. Goldship getting a nice pick on Saru there, denying any more follow-up. So we're not getting past the benchmark of 60 here, which is very important, meaning that Cobb Fan Club could relatively easily come back with a power clam and a couple more.
I do love how this game is shaping up. You can really see both teams had their first push of the game, and right now it is just about the second one, and Venok getting 2 picks at once with his Stamper in a 1v1 situation against Rafi, picking him out as well. It's 67-60, and the lead is switching with another big clam that was thrown by Corp Fan Club.
Yes, again, these scores very, very close, just a 2-point difference right now, but that 14-20 penalty does also mean a lot, because it means that the next time Nemesis pushes, when they put in a power clam, they will not get, it's not going to get them any real points. They have to follow up past that. But speaking of Nemesis, we've got 2 specials going out right now. Booyah Bomb and Zuka trying to get picks, but doesn't look like they find anything. Saru here on the side trying to poke out this elbow. Forced out by these sub-weapons, though. Has clams, though. Has cooler. We do have to watch for that power clam on the side of Cobb Fan Club as they start making their way back into mid. And it's Venoct again leading the charge on that Viper. Does go down there. Rafi here goes down as well, and so it's multiple down on both sides, losing the zap for Nemesis, but of course Cooler brings them right back, and so at the end it is still a neutral game with Nemesis coming back to retake control of mid.
Yeah, right now they are struggling to get into the mid position because Nemesis do have the advantage here, but nevertheless they are pushing, and they got the basket open, but a wipeout from Nemesis is denying them from going any further than 52. And right now, look at this brilliant push from Nemesis going all the way down to 20. Now this could be very interesting for Corp Fan Club if they really want to get back into this game.
Well, they are doing that right now. Goldship carrying that power clam as we head into the last 40 seconds, but Saru coming to deny that, getting the pick on Venoct, who has been one of the important aggressors on Cobb Fan Club. With very little time left, Saru is absolutely just camping these ledges here, and with all of Nemesis up and running, and Coolered as well very soon, it's going to be very difficult for Cobb Fan Club to push back into here. We might see overtime trigger, but honestly it kind of looks like Nemesis is gearing up for a push of their own.
Last 13 seconds, and yeah, they really need to get in there. Venoct, as you said, getting 1 pick on the enemy's side. Maybe maybe they can get something going. Goldship with the big clam tries everything to get through. 1 is being picked off. Saru there with their blaster. Another one, Benjix, is getting picked off as well. Is it enough time for Goldship? Yeah, the basket is open, but do they have a follow-up? Venoct is right there, but they only got ice and some clams into the basket. I mean, they've won some time.
Just a few more clams, but it's only Goldship left with carrying 3 clams, and Saru is there to meet them, trying to run to the basket, but a valiant effort at overtime, unfortunately ending this match 33-20. Again, very close on the picks there, but also I would say that is possibly one of the best sustained overtime pushes that I've seen, even if it was just members going down and then running in to get more clams and going down. They made their way there. And that's what I kind of wanted to talk about after this game. You generally see 2 styles of pushes in Clam Blitz, which we will see as we're watching these replays. There's Saru's really nice pick on Devad there. You see, and the wipeout situation afterwards, you usually see either one really big push where you get all of the clams in at once, which here, that's going down to 60, or you see a long push that's more sustained, where you've got the first clam going in and then more teammates cycle in to bring clams. And so we were kind of seeing a version of that sustained push in the overtime where we had teammates cycling in to get clans. There is one barrier break down to 52, and the nice Zuka from Ice there.
Yeah, like you said, in the overtime, it is important to keep the basket open because once it's closed, the game is basically over. And I mean, Cop Fan Club tried to do that, but they didn't really have the player advantage. So that's why they were getting picked out one by one. And yeah, overall, brilliant defensive style by Nemesis, and Cop Fan Club really needs to step up their game now as we are going into game number 3.
Game number 3, indeed, that is our set point. And that is going to be at Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. So we might see a Rainmaker moment here. Hopefully we don't. But of course, there's been our fair share of Rainmaker moments broadcasted. If any of y'all tuned into the NA League, which I know that's across the pond for you folks over there, but I am North American, unfortunately, and we had pretty much the moment of the game was a Rainmaker Shark to grab the Rainmaker. So we'll see if we have any Rainmaker moments here. Of course, our wonderful tiebreaker Stinger, and let's take a look at our comps.
Venoct is going from a one stamper to the other. So from the Splatana Viper, he goes. They go to a Splatana Stamper, and also the E-Litter is changing a little bit. And on the side of Nemesis, we've got a 96 Deco, the newest edition, and also a Blaster.
Yeah, a custom blaster indeed. So their cooler weapon of choice is going to be that Claws 96, as you pointed out, which just popped cooler right there. I think Claws 96 is almost a slept-on cooler option. It doesn't get coolers nearly as fast as... Well, okay, I guess I can stop talking about what I was doing because Ice just got a wonderful Zuka double right there. The members of Com Fan Club getting those Zuka shots for breakfast or dinner or whatever meal that they're going to have. Wavebreaker coming out from, like you said, that custom E-Later kit, and it is going to be Nemesis rushing forward to grab that Rainmaker first. Goldship on that Kraken trying to get something done, but the Kraken runs out just before they can, and right before that checkpoint is where the Rainmaker will go down. We do see the custom blaster gets a double, one with the blaster, one with the splash down there, and Ice is making their way back in. Vad here trying to get to prevent the members of Nemesis from coming back, but that Rainmaker is still chilling there right by the checkpoint. They've got to make sure no members of Nemesis sneak forward and grab that. It looks like they've got that pretty well done, though, as it was Cobb Fan Club that got the pick, and that Rainmaker is going to reset.
Now Nemesis have got their time. They have control of mid, and also Rafi in the left side is also putting some distraction into there. But in the end, they get picked out, and this is the chance for Cop Fan Club to get something going. The Crab Tag is coming out. Gold Chip with the E-Leader, with the Rainmaker is trying to get to the checkpoint. They get the checkpoint and also the lead right there. A brilliant Kraken here by Gold Chip, and maybe they can extend their push.
Oh, they are extending with the cooler also popped right there. That Rainmaker player is going to come right back, extending that lead all the way to 21. And we've still got the 3 members of Cobb Fan Club here absolutely wreaking havoc. They took down the V-Shot as well. The members of Nemesis really, really trying to do cleanup here, and it's difficult with Goldship getting that pick as well. We're going to see Venoct here and Goldship go forward and try to get that. Venoct painting a path. We do have the Zap. They are going to go for it, but the pedestal is not painted. Venoct here with the Zipcaster trying to come in for that. We are all the way down to 2 right now, and Venoct is still present. Does go down to that Zipcaster recall, and finally Nemesis can breathe a little bit, but Cobb Fan Club getting that all the way down to 2. Nemesis is going to have to knock out if they want this win. Oh, wait, hey!
Oh. What just happened?
Well,
Um,
that was a certified Rainmaker moment. I believe the members of Nemesis did not pick up the Rainmaker as they were moving forward on the offense, and a member of Cobb Fan Club snuck past and said, "It's my Rainmaker now."
yeah,
Woo!
always look out for intruders, especially in Rainmaker. Oh man, oh man,
Oh
yeah.
man, what a way for our set to end. Yeah, but that is, I mean, this was why you pick up the Rainmaker on defense, folks. It's or defense, or when you're finally done with defense, you gotta pick up that Rainmaker. I know for one that I have fallen victim to this Rainmaker moment many times. That is where the push ended, or so Nemesis thought, because you can see they have that shield as well. And then we're seeing, a nice pick on Gold Ship. Oh, we're getting, and they have the Rainmaker. And what?
So the Zed player was last on the board for Cobb Fan Club, and they were just staying alive back there, and no one really paid attention to that player, and that's how they've got their second win in this set, which means they win this set 2-1 and advance to round number 2.
Round number 2, indeed. Well, I guess I called it. We had a Rainmaker moment, and we are going to go right into our round 2 match. We've got PP Last Minute, which I'm assuming stands for Paddling Pool Last Minute, versus Strikes Twice. Strikes Thrice. I guess the third strike from their Tri-Strikes might be missing.
Yeah, maybe it's still on their way. Maybe the special is still running. I don't know.
They're working on it. They're getting there. After all, like you said, it does take time to throw those 3 strikes. Maybe we're between the second and the third,
And while we are setting up the lobby, I need to point out, how do you see something through that mask? I mean, those I mean those 2 holes, they are so tiny. How can you keep track of the game and what is happening?
So I actually take off the mask during games while we're watching. Oh no, I take off the costume, but I could cast with this, but the holes, like you said, are very small. They are.
Mhm.
I did take care to position them right in front of my eyes, so I do have a decent range of vision. But this mask also means I can't wear my glasses, which makes it more difficult to cast.
So
between matches, I've been flipping up the mask and putting these on.
So basically, if you would cast with these, so for once you wouldn't, you just could see a bit of the game, and also just blurry vision of the game. I see.
The vision isn't so bad, but it does make it harder to read things like team names and player names and distinguish small details, so it would be a lot more difficult to cast. I wouldn't get all the little information that I usually draw on.
Yeah, I mean, with my custom, I don't have to take off anything, so this thing stays on for the whole 2 hours that I'm casting right here, and yeah, it's a pleasure. it's so brilliant. It's definitely something new, because it's my first time commentating with a full-on costume, and I think for many of us it would be a first time. I think it's for you it's also the first time.
Yes, it is. Very interesting to be on face cam with a cardboard mask strapped to my face. But we are looking at... so while we're waiting for the lobby to be set up, I wonder, do we have our maps ready? Can we take a look at those? Yes, we do. Thank you to Jorai and our wonderful streamers. Shout out. We are going to be beginning on Rainmaker on Scorched Gorge, so hopefully we don't have another Rainmaker moment. Why, that would be awful.
Oh God, just don't mention it, and then it cannot happen. It's as simple as that. It's like jinxing a bad outcome. Just don't mention it, and and everything will be fine.
Well, I'll be sure to keep
Hopefully.
my mouth shut for any Rainmaker outcomes on that match, and hopefully our teams can have a normal and not spooky and not cursed Rainmaker match. After that, we are going to Mahi.
Yeah,
it is
finally.
Mahi.
You were hoping for that match for that map in the first round, but we are only seeing it in round 2. But nevertheless, we are seeing Mahi Mahi.
I will say Mahi Zones makes a lot more sense than Mahi Tower because I don't.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
The amount of water, I would say Mahi Tower is arguably the equivalent of Camp Triggerfish Tower from Splatoon 2, where people just fall in the water constantly. The tower is
Yeah.
always over water and you can't be safe. But we're not on tower, we're on zones, and that makes a lot more sense because after you hit, I believe it's 61 on the counter from either team, the water goes down and the map opens up substantially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and with that, you also have some new ways of playing on that map. And for the last match, we are going on Inkblot Art Academy, and this time it is going to be Tower, I think.
Yes.
Yeah,
Tower control.
it is. I needed to look at that, and yeah, this is a classic one because we all know it from Splatoon 2. We all know it and we all love it. I think Inkblot is a map. You can basically play this map on every mode.
Pretty much, yeah. I guess Inkblot, Rainmaker, and zones aren't so common, but they're definitely not the worst map mode combinations out there.
I'm not looking at you, Zones Eel Tail Alley.
Ooh.
Anyways.
You don't like zones. I'm fine with zones eel tail, but that's because I play as Splatling, so I can just go up on the top and vibe. I don't mind at all.
Yeah, for me that likes to go into the action with my shot and also with my zap. I don't like all the obstacles in that zone, and also the size of the zone is just way too big.
That is true. The zone is absolutely massive. That is a gripe that I have with it as well. But I like the obstacles. It means I've got cover to go behind and charge my Splatling, and fire at little shooter weapons that try to rush me down.
But luckily, we don't have to play these, and also the players don't have to play on this map, because we are seeing that the players are readying up right now.
Hooray!
And yeah, that means we are seeing some more action.
Let's see. Now, looking at our rosters here, we do have Kuro on the side of PP Last Minute, who is a Splatling player from Ball Up Top. So I do look forward to seeing some fast Splatling action. According to their Sendo, they play, it looks like, Zimmy and Notch, though, of course, I'm not the most up-to-date on the EU comp scene, so perhaps it is not true, and we may see a couple different weapons being pulled out here.
Oh, and I also see on the enemy team, we also got a Splatling player in the form of Illusion, who likes to play the Nautilus a lot, as it seems, and also the Edit. Let's see if he if they pick the Nautilus for this one, because I think Rainmaker with Nautilus, it is a blast to play this weapon on that mode.
I am a heavy edit player through and through, partially because my team needs cooler, and partially because I like the high fire rate. But in the end, like you said, Nautilus is also a very, very fun weapon to play. In the right circumstances, it can almost just be a point-and-click adventure. But we are heading into our first match. Let us take a look and see whether our comp predictions come true or not. We've got the Dreadringer, the Stamper, ooh, a Squiffer coming out. Oh, and a disconnect, unfortunate.
And all,
So the weapons might be fake on that end. I'm not sure. There we go. Yes.
yeah.
Actually, no, I don't think they're fake. I think you have to the same. Oh well, I did see that that new Octobrush there. So if that is going to be in the comp, very excited to see Octobrush gameplay.
Yeah, Octobrush is a weapon that you don't see often these days. It's more of a paintbrush game today, which I don't like.
Is it really?
I'm a paintbrush hater, so I am a bit biased, but especially at Octofest that was happening last weekend, I saw
Yes.
a lot of paintbrushes.
Really? I unfortunately wasn't able to tune into Octofest, but I heard it was wonderful, and I saw some clips of that production. Those couch interviews looked really, really fun.
Yeah, and also the whole organization and the
Yes.
and the TOing was just brilliant. At this point, a quick shout out to all of the Dapple and LeBlanc hideout members that were present at Octofest, and they did an amazing job just hosting this tournament. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely well-deserved shout out to our staff and production folks that made Octofest happen. I mean, as somebody who's been to Riptide all 5 years, which I guess may be the equivalent, it's not easy to make stuff like that happen. And so big props to everybody that made this event a reality. Now let's hopefully get into our match for real. It is, we are seeing a vanilla ink brush there as well as the dapples. So those two weapons going to be very, very aggressive, and those dapples are also the cooler pick of choice for Paddling Pool last minute. Meanwhile, Strikes Twice bringing Illusion with that triple run speed heavy edit. So Illusion is going to be zooming around that map, and very quickly we've got 2 down on the side of Paddling Pool last minute as Illusion is in fact zooming, but that's 3 down, leaving only the Stamper here. TK going to do their best, caught out in the crossfire of that burst bomb. Now, the Dapples here putting down some very nice beacons. Those are great places for those teams to jump to. And Paddling Pool, PP last minute going to take that to the first checkpoint and immediately grab that. The Ink Brush player being the one to grab it, but I guess a lot of swim speed makes sense. And Sigyn going to bring that to 28. Now, this ramp here is really the deciding factor in Scorch Rainmaker. It's who can get the Rainmaker the farthest up that ramp. So 28 in the first minute is nothing to laugh at, but Strikes Twice is definitely going to be able to come back from this. I believe in them.
A beautiful reef slider we just saw right there. The Rainmaker is getting getting a reset into mid, and PP last minute. Yeah, they've got the control of the map, but right now we are seeing TK with his Zipcaster happily zipping around the map on the right-hand side, and also Sneaky getting another pick on the Pro from PP last minute. And right now, Strikes Twice are going into mid, and they also got the control as well as the Rainmaker, but they are getting stopped very quickly, and they just move 1 meter.
Yeah, 1 meter, maybe not even, as 3 members down now. Bram's the only one left here, unfortunately going to go down. Like you said, Strikes Twice had a lot of control. They had that Rainmaker. It looked like they were really gearing up for a push, but PP last minute just kind of dropped in and said, no, we're going to stop you before you can go anywhere. And it is now the Dapples holding this Rainmaker again. Last minute trying to get another push off here. S-Blast going down, Pro going down though, and suddenly it is just the Brush and the Rainmaker, with the Brush popping those whales and zooming around. The Zipcaster going for that Rainmaker, and doesn't look like they get it as well. This shocking survivability coming out here as Lunacy is able to pop those missiles and they come back, and we also we have 2 down again on the side of Strikes Twice. We're flipping the script here from what is expected from a situation like that, as it is another push going down that ramp again, bringing it to 17, 13, 18. or 18-8. Single digits now here as finally that push is stopped, and hopefully we have Strikes Twice. Strikes Twice is going to be able to pick up that Rainmaker. Ooh, another Reef Slider. We've been seeing wonderful Reef Sliders this match.
And right now, the Stamper is going into a 1v1 against the Pro, as it seems. The Pro needs to get out of there, so they did. And yeah, Strikes Twice really need to get their third strike out as early as possible, as fast as possible, because we are going into the last 1.5 minutes, and yeah, now they really need to survive, because the Brush is also very aggressive going into that enemy spawn.
Yeah, I can almost feel Illusion's frustration through my screen, as the rest of the team too. This Brush is being an absolute nuisance here, and somehow still alive. Meanwhile, we've got the S/Alt Dean here getting those picks as well. Strikes Twice needs to get back out into mid. The Dreadringer hopefully going to help with that paint as they are getting it, but still no members of PP Last Minute are down, and that is the most important part. Losing the Dread means losing the paint here, and with the cooler coming out for PP Last Minute, it's looking rough for Strikes Twice. Of course, they are not going to go down without a fight. We've got the zip, we've got the cooler popped, but the stray Splat Bomb takes out the Splash-O-Matic here, and Dean21 in the corner. Gonna go down to the Dreadringer though. We could still see something come back here.
Yeah, Sneaky in a 2v1 with the Zip Caster, picks out the Brush, and also the Pro is getting picked out right now, and now Strikes Twice have the opportunity in the last 10 seconds to make something happen here.
Going to do their absolute best, as we're hopefully going to see overtime trigger. They have to get past this first checkpoint though, and the bombs and the crossfire are going to make this very difficult. Gets the dunk on the checkpoint, but those whales providing a lot of chip damage, and the missiles, so many specials getting popped on Strikes Twice as they ready up their third strike. We've got the Reef Slider. But the Rainmaker is not picked up from that checkpoint in time, or it's touched by a member of the opposite team, not entirely sure which, and unfortunately, that overtime is cut short.
Yeah, it's a pretty dominant first game from PP Last Minute, as we were seeing, because Strikes Twice, they really struggle to get into this game, because PP Last Minute, as we are seeing it right now, Sigian with their Brush just getting all the way down to 28 in the first minute, and then like 1 minute later, PP Last Minute picked up the Rainmaker again and extended their lead to 8, which we are seeing right now. And it wasn't Sigian who had the Brush. It actually was the Dapple Dualies, which were picked out at 8, but we are seeing an 8 to 99. I mean, Strikes Twice, they didn't look like they had any chance in this game, except for the last 10 seconds. They went up to that checkpoint, they got it, but in the end, yeah, a member of PP Last Minute got the Rainmaker before Strikes Twice, and that's how PP Last Minute got the first point of this one.
It might be called PP Last Minute, but in that first minute, they really set the tone of that match with that first push all the way down to 28. Now that we're heading to Mahi zones, though, we shall see if Strikes Twice is able to strike back. Now, we did talk about this a little bit earlier, but in case you're not familiar, that this map does change when a team reaches 61. Arguably before that, it's a very narrow linear map, right? You kind of just get funneled into the zone, but once, like you said, once the water goes down, you have so much more room to maneuver. You've got multiple different paths to get into mid, to get into that zone, and it just becomes a much more interesting open map.
Yeah, and especially backline weapons really like this map, as we are seeing with you.
You're right. I like this map a lot.
So you wanted to see this map in round number 1, but right now you are seeing it, and we've got our first match point for yeah, PP last minute, obviously, because it's a best of three. But
Oh, hey!
Strike
Oh!
Twice have the opportunity to make something happen, and that is a complete comp change on this side of PP last minute. We are seeing an airbrush with reef. We are seeing an aerospray. Wrong
Well,
name.
I mean, it's based off of an airbrush, like, painting canister, so
Yeah, yeah,
you've got
yeah.
the name right there pretty much. And of course, that is what I was surprised at. But we're also seeing a flip to a pencil, and we're also seeing the vanilla sloshing machine come out, which is something that is so rare at this point. You may as well make a wish, because I also used to play machine, and then I, like a lot of other players, were gutted at its nerfs. But we've got a lot of action going on right now. We had a crab ditto right there. We've got Sneaky trying to sneak their way in, but getting called out by that 10 there. The Snipe Rider 5H. Dean's flexibility going from a weapon. I don't remember what they were on, but it was not pencil. Sneaky here going to use the Reef Cheese to get a hold of that zone here, but another Reef Slider forcing that jump out from the splash as it strikes twice. That is a basically wipeout situation on their end, and there is so much purple paint on the map right now. Funnily enough, though, the members of PP Last Minute not really pushing up, opting to use this crab, waiting for the members of Strikes Twice to come to them. Okay, well, there's the Reef Slider. But really, the members of Strikes Twice are forced to go into the zone. You can see the Stamper going down in the zone as well. With the penalty gone, there is pretty much one more chance for Strikes Twice. Gets the Reef, but it is not a Reef Cheese. They don't get the full zone. Illusion going to drop and do everything they can, and we do see a zone flip. We do. Very, very nice clutch plays from Strikes Twice here.
Just in time, Strikes Twice, gets into mid and flicks the zone, but we are seeing it right now. The zone is in a neutral position. It's only Illusion getting 2 picks right here. Sneaky with their Reef Slider getting the last one, and this means Strikes Twice are finally going to get a hold of the zone, and not just for 2 or 3 seconds. We are seeing it. It ticks down, but Sneaky is getting flanked by Lunacy here. They got their crab tank ready. They also used them already, and yeah, they are trying to pick right.
Yeah, TK on that Zipcaster targeting the crab, unfortunately does not get what they wanted out of it, and Sneaky getting punished after that Reef Slider as well. Throughout all of this, though, Strikes Twice has been maintaining control of the zone. Lunacy, though, getting a little bit more paint on and helping with that flip. We are now 20-41, but with 2 down, Strikes Twice is just going to take back control of that zone. TK here, lurking around these boxes. Beautiful direct on stage in there. Gotta go down to the pencil, though, and Lunacy again on the flanking crab. This looks like a favorite play of theirs, as Strikes Twice is forced to reckon with it, and that is a zone flip again. We're seeing history repeat itself as TK goes again for that, the name is escaping my mind. The Zipcaster, but unfortunately gets taken out. Don't worry, you're not the only one struggling with the proper names here. There's so many puns in Splatoon, it's hard to keep track of them all.
Yeah, definitely. And right now we are seeing Strikes Twice. They are getting comfortable in mid, but they need to be careful because PP Last Minute, we saw it, they are capable of coming back. And yeah, right now Brams got 1 pick, 2 picks. They got their crab ready to shoot on the pencil. It's getting picked out, and also Sigion with their Booyah Bomb ready, and also they are throwing it, and just in time they prevent Strikes Twice from flipping the elite right now.
We've got another very close situation here with 20-22, and it is Strikes Twice in control of that zone, taking away at that penalty. So PP Last Minute has to get some paint down, and of course with the Aerospray, with the Reef Slider, that is not going to be a problem for them at all. There is the Reef that I was talking about, and yet another Reef Cheese. We've have to have seen at least 6 of those by now. Lunacy again popping this crab from the sidelines, getting that pick on Illusion. Absolutely massive 3 down on the side of Strikes Twice at the very end of this match. They have pretty much one chance to come back and get this, but losing the Stamper makes this so much more difficult. Sneaky, though, with the Dread, going to come in and paint the zone. Can they get the zone flip? We do, but they get taken out by the pencil, and though we do see the zone flip, the wipeout in the end is going to mean that PP Last Minute takes this second game.
Yeah. PP Last Minute had almost had control of this game almost for the entire length of it. They struggled to get into back into mid just before the halfway line, but we are seeing it right now. Sijian with it is getting picked out, but the timer was under 50. The timer was passing 50, and also the timer was at 20 at 1 minute 40 seconds, and that is for Zones Mahi, that is something so brilliant that it is really hard to come back at this stage.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We'll say though, Strikes Twice had a great showing in this game. We saw Illusions double early. We saw that wonderful pick from the Stamper as well, and of course here is the Dreadringer doing their best to try, and they did get control of that zone, unfortunately going down there, but especially compared to our first match there, Strikes Twice really fought back, and they had control of that zone for a good long period of time. So despite the scoreboard saying 2-0, they did not go down without a fight. That, of course, brings us to the end of our second round then, this being a best of 3. We are going to take a very short break while we set up our next round. So, from Korok and Toad, a couple of members of different Nintendo franchises that Splatoon, we will be back in just a couple of minutes. Do stay tuned. Hello, everybody. You are watching Spooky Paddling Pool number 343. Yeah, haha, you found me. I'm a Korok, and I'm also Cater. I'm joined today by Toad, my lovely co-caster, if you're just joining us, also known as Vega. And we are about... Oh, God! It caught me off guard the first time you did it, and I should have expected it this time, but I didn't. And it caught me off guard.
I got you.
Oh my god. Anyway, earlier on stream, I mentioned having a Korok pin. There he is. There's the little guy there.
Oh my god, you got it. Perfect. And I also got another toad.
You got another
it's a
toad?
Little one. It's a little one.
It's so small. Up a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Ah, how cute. Can I ask what the Marie flag says on the toad?
Oh, actually, it's something in German. I need to elaborate this one. It is actually a team that had existed for a DSB season, and it's basically saying, "Are you doing tax fraud?" in German. It's like "Hinterziehen die Steuern."
That's awesome.
It's wonderful. All the question marks are being raised. Yeah.
I think Jiraiya's a little confused. Well, maybe you are committing tax fraud. Maybe we are. Why are we going to Wahoo World? I didn't process the fact that we were going to zones on Wahoo. Great, awesome. We're watching Crown versus Blank Sea here in Winners Round 3, and we're on Wahoo World. I guess the Salmonids got evicted from this stage, which is unfortunate because I think they could keep this one. Anyway, taking a look at our comps here, we've got on the side of Crown, our Pen, our 52, as well as Slosh. On the side of Blank Sea, we've got the Tetras. We also have another Headit. Headit represent. Hooray! And another 52 Gal Ditto. We are beginning this with the Crown getting the first take of the zone here. Blank Sea holding onto it for longer as Maisan here is just running around on that zone as the Junior, daring anybody to come and paint over because Junior with that bombs and its huge paint capacity is a formidable weapon.
Neps with a grab tank right now is getting a pick on Maisan. And we are seeing the Tetra dualies getting a flank on the bucket, which is getting picked off. And yeah, I want to take a moment and talk about Blank Sea because some of the members actually attended Optimist, and yeah, they some of them actually made it all the way into the top 5. I guess it was something like that, and now they are playing in this paddling pool and almost winning this first match. Multi is the last one standing in the zone. There is Hauptner with a jump into mid is getting picked off, and yeah, that's going to be the first push for Blanks. 3 is the benchmark for Crown to beat.
Mm-hmm. And with a little bit of information from our streamer, this mode was apparently Blank Sea's pick, so I am not surprised how well that they're doing on here. I guess this some teams have, their niche map modes that are like, other teams probably don't like this. We absolutely rule. And this looks like what's going on here as we're going to see another Reef cheese on that zone 3 down, a delayed wipe there on the side of Blanks, actually, as, no, on the side of Crown. My apologies, as Blank Sea is going to come back and just fully take control of this zone again. You can see the Headit having to look behind, painting around a little bit, but the members of Crown are kind of just funneling into this side of the zone here with the whales, with the cooler and everything, and so Blank Sea responding with whales of their own. Though Neps has the crab here, the bubble is going to make it much more difficult. The strikes finally coming onto the zone, flipping control of the zone, but will we see a zone flip? We will not, it looks like, as that is a full wipeout, and with 12 points remaining on that penalty, Hamna is just going to chill out on this heavy edit splatling. We have, yeah, no time for Crown to go back into that zone.
Yeah, and I also wanted to highlight Blanks are having a pretty interesting way of playing. I once did an interview with them after a match, and in that match, they all played extremely aggressive. Even the edit was like
Yeah.
was in front of Slayer weapons, and I was like just so fascinated by how good Piro, aka Hauptner, was playing his edit. And maybe we can see that in the second game or maybe the third game, because it is so fascinating how Blanks is actually playing this game. It's brilliant stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Had it sometimes lumped in with Pencil as, oh, your old anchor, longer range, cooler weapons, but Headit has all of the tools to be very, very aggressive, especially with the support. When it's coolered, it has those curling bombs, it can zip around the map, and the high rate of fire is just something else. Like, it does take a little longer to charge up, but when you've got that gun going, it just obliterates anything that you look at.
Yeah, and as we were seeing, Blanks picked out this exact map, and it was so fitting. Actually, they were dominating the whole game, and I'm interested to see how this next round is going. We are going on Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge for our second match. We already saw this map on Rainmaker. Now the Rainmaker spots are getting replaced by little baskets.
Little baskets indeed, and those baskets are the name of the game. Looks like we've got this. Oh. Well, I was going to say looks like we've got the same comps on both sides, but we ended the match. Not entirely sure why, but hopefully we can get that back up and running very quickly.
I was wondering because the team order actually was correct this time. Because why else was it, or am I just? No, the team order was right. What happened? Why did they? Fascinating indeed. They picked the wrong mode. I see.
Thank you for our little note on the side, Mr. Ryan.
Shout out to our streamer again, with whom this wouldn't be possible. So
that is true. We are quite used to Rainmaker. All right, Clam Blitz, real. It's real clams time. This time for real indeed. Those comps that we are familiar with. We'll see how these teams decide to open up the map. Or, well, open on this map. There we go. That's what I wanted to say.
No changes on the side of Blanks, but Crown has a lot of changes.
Yeah, Tony on the side of Crown actually running opening Gambit on that 52 gal, so going to rely on getting a lot of those picks there, and looks like it's working out so far as they have the whales, and that is just dominant positioning for Crown in the getting so much paint on that plat area. Tony going to go down, so no more opening Gambit for them, unfortunately, as Blanks starts making their way back into mid. Not without a good pushback from Crown, though. That is 3 people cutting down the Tetra dualies. How many people does it take to kill a pair of Tetras? It looks like 3, and that is a 3-down situation on the side of Blanks. Again, full wipeout. You can see the frantic juggling of clams to make a power clam there, and immediately that score is going to be followed up down to 71. Very convenient clam spawn that Splash is going back for, though they are going to have to reckon with the Junior, who does go down there, so that takes them past that 60 checkpoint all the way to 59. With the rest of their teammates going down, the Splash is just going to keep going. I guess they're just going to get another pick and run forward and keep that positioning around the basket. Gets another pick on that junior, and we are seeing the members of Crown just be absolutely so dominant here as Neps refuses to give up the space, using everything they have to their advantage. There is another power clam going in, a crab tank. Oh, and the splat bomb actually detonating on that crab tank and going down. Devil Bear goes down. And with that, no more points on the board, but still very dominant plays from Crown.
Oh, the bomb was tricky for T, actually. We are seeing Hauptner again on his edit, and they are jumping in because my son actually was camping in the enemy spawn, but the third pick doesn't find the target, which means the lead is still on the side of Crown here with just 1 point. But what was that? I mean, I knew that my son, aka Yoshi, was going to go on flags with his junior because he's a battle junior. He is known for this. I mean, I had it coming, but not at this stage.
Yeah, well, with the cooler coming out and the bubble on the side of Blanks, actually, it's a little bit of a battle of the specials. Two go down in the bubble on the side of Blanks, though, and Multi trying their best, but also goes down as well. So N here in a great position to start pushing up with the rest of their teammates, though they have to reckon with the defensive powers. Meanwhile, Multi here came back, presumably cooler, and is going to get one, go down to the crab there. So we've got like two completely separate matches happening on both sides, but the crab is going to camp that power clam, but not for long enough. As that clam goes in, they just need one more small clam, and with that nicely placed bubble and the beautiful whales, the timing there is absolutely pristine, taking that down to 51, and now Blanks is in the lead. We're going to come back with a pyro on a couple more of those clams, taking it down to 42.
Yeah, you just gotta love a brilliantly timed big bubbler, and it was indeed by my son. And as we are speaking, Crown is actually preparing a counter push, and this counter push is going under 20. Brilliantly done by them. Toddy here with a 1v1 against my son. There goes another big clan, which is getting picked off before it is too late. The Splash is the last member. It is also getting picked out, and now Blanks need to create something right here in the last minute of this second game.
That wipeout coming not a moment too soon, because if that power clam had gone in, that match would have knocked out power clams being worth 20. But now, with the splatling going down, that is one of their clam carriers, and Maison being forced to pop the bubble defensively instead of offensively as they would have liked. They are able to get the pick now, but they have to watch out for the crab here heading into the last 30 seconds of our match. It is Crown relatively dominant in their position here, but what is this? We have the power clam does go in. We have Multi here trying to keep this space open, but going down, and the Splatling not able to reckon with this at either. The Gal going down, that is a delayed wipe, and despite that wonderful sneaky play on the side of Blanks, they're not going to be able to have the follow-up necessary to get the lead here.
Last 5 seconds on the clock. Multi is trying everything to get into the enemy spawn. They still got a big clam in their own spawn, but it's not enough time for my son to actually jump. And now this is the game number 2. And Crown just equalized this game after being so dominated in the first round, and I think this speaks for itself.
Well, there's a reason that these teams picked the map mode combinations they did. Both of them, like you said, being very dominant on the map mode of their choosing. It was pretty much a flip from what we saw the last game, with Crown holding mid a lot of the time. We did see some great pushes from Blanksy, but it was really that the combination push from Crown, of the combination of being both fast and also having a lot of clams at once. That really was what got them the game there.
Yeah, right now we are seeing the push of Crown, the first push actually, and this brilliant play by Blanks, but actually Multi not getting the last big clam in that basket, which would secure them the lead for now. But then just a few seconds later, a few moments later, Blanks actually got another push for them, and they extended they switched the lead and extended it to 42 before Crown actually took away this second game with this brilliantly planned push. And Blanks cannot recover from this last push from Crown. And now it's equalized 1-1, and we are going back to Humpback. This time, not with clans on the ground, but with a Rainmaker sitting in the middle.
Yeah, Rainmaker Humpback, also known as the map where you have to knock out in order to be safe, because there is no safe score on Humpback Rainmaker. You could get it to 1 and you wouldn't feel safe, because it's really just you bring it to the elbow, you get around the elbow. How far can you get on that straight shot to the pedestal? Or if you're feeling very silly, you can take it the left route, which I have seen it win before if there is absolutely nobody there. But with, of course, the prevalence of coolers in today's day and age, it is very, very unlikely that somebody's not going to respawn and immediately cut off your path.
And I also expect the Rainmaker carry to just like bounce on this very long straight area to somehow get as far as it possibly can, because as you said, every meter counts, every centimeter counts, every millimeter on this map is key to victory.
I want to point out that Torrent Hydra Splatling that Pyro is bringing out, one of my favorite weapons in the game design-wise, and currently they're holding that Rainmaker and getting it to that first checkpoint. We've also got a Sploosh-O-Matic as well for some funny ankle break in here. If anywhere you're going to pull out that pocket Sploosh, the Rainmaker's the place to do it. Beautiful aggressive bubble here, and my son's gonna come out with the hammer. Guz gets taken down though, which is really, really unfortunate. That could have been an absolutely massive special. Unfortunately, this means Multi's a little bit on the back foot, trying to get the support from the 52 gal here, but unfortunately we do see the splash is going to come and take out the Rainmaker. We do have a good amount of presence though. The splash walls nicely placed, the whales as well. Blanks is still continuing. Myson able to get off that hammer, getting 2! Huge pick there in the corner, and Multi is just going to run for it. Again, get down Mr. President there, getting that all the way to 16. Not a knockout, but still pretty dang good.
But that's what I was trying to say in the first match, actually. Those players like to play extremely aggressive. You just see it again with Myson back into the enemy spawn to just extend the lead by maybe 1 or 2 meters, one or 2 counts, which might be enough in the end, because right now Crown are going to go into the first checkpoint here, and now they are going into the main strafe. And how far do these guys get? It's really a question of how much can you go.
It really is, but losing their slosher that early is going to be very rough, and Multi coming in on the NZAP now, actually, notably, to take them out. I want to say, I think those strikes might have been used just a tad early as well. They did do displacement, but they didn't. The Rainmaker wasn't able to immediately follow them. Meanwhile, we've got the Sploosh getting picks, doing again what a Sploosh does best, being an absolute nuisance. Pencil here, getting some paint down, getting some nice picks, has to be careful being around this window, because that's where Pens generally tend to hang out, popping this cooler as well. And there is the bubble right on the checkpoint, allowing Multi on that Rainmaker to drop safely, but we still have to watch out. Oh, Multi is going to run again, take it to just before 16. So still though, having that, okay, All right, that's an interesting interaction that we've got here. Ooh, say this is the left path that I was talking about. Devil's doing a little bit of sharking here on this 52 gal, and it looks like they have been called out. It's going to see, unfortunately, they don't get the picks they wanted to, but they did draw resources to that side. T is going to pick up the Rainmaker. We'll see whether Crown is able to get a push off of this or not.
And right now, oh, there was another one sharking. Beautifully done by the Rainmaker, picking out the sploosh again. And the zap is also, no, not the zap. Yeah, it was the zap. I'm confused. Anyways, so right now T is trying to get into the enemy spawn again. The specials are getting popped off by blanks right here to defend it, and we are going into the last minute, and maybe Crown can get a way of changing the leads right now.
Absolutely. Bubble again right here. 42 seconds left, but multiple members down on the side of Crown as Multi is going to again dive into mid. That has been the name of the game here, just these dive plays, and it works. They are able to dodge the Rainmaker shots and get the Rainmaker stuck in this really unpleasant corner for Crown, honestly. As you can see, they're trying to get sub pushes up, but the 52 gal ditto, neither of them wanting to budge from those walls. Rainmaker is going to be picked up as T is trying to push this down further. Multi there going down to the Rainmaker shot. That is absolutely huge. And we have the splash on that crab as well, but they are now isolated. We have the strikes that's able to follow, but they have to make sure the Rainmaker goes down in these last couple of seconds, and that is going to be the game.
Beautifully defended by blanks, and this is going to be the 2-1 advantage for them, which means they're having, let me count, 2 match points. Yeah, two match points at their hand.
Yes. Here is the very beginning push that we saw from blanks, where they got that and just instantly to the first checkpoint. And then, of course, my son here, that wonderful hammer double, just cornering the members. And that's what allowed Multi to get that all the way down to 16. We've been really hammering in that point of blanks' extremely aggressive style of play, but it's and even with the Hydra, they were managing to make it work. Which Hydra is not one of the weapons that come to mind when you think of aggressive comp, but utilizing that bubble, utilizing the high damage, they really did a good job of that.
Yeah, and in the last seconds, we can see Crown is a bit too aggressive, at least with the Rainmaker, which is why blanks can easily pick out the Rainmaker and end the match. And yeah, we are going back to Hagglefish Market again for tower control. So we are staying with the mode on this map.
Yep. Haggle Tower, it's a classic.
Yeah, because Hagglefish, I mean the other modes on Hagglefish, you can play them, I guess. Like Clam Blitz is another popular mode on this one, but the other ones, Zones is also okay.
Yeah, Zones is fine. I'd say when in like Zones only tournaments where you have to have a slightly larger map list for the sake of not repeating everything every set, you do see Haggle Zones pop up a fair amount. It looks like we are going to stick on that Torrance Hydra Splatling as well as it worked last game, and Multi is also sticking with that Zap to provide the cooler for the rest of that team. Otherwise, with we do see Neps going over to that V-Shot, so the Hydra is going to have to contend with that Ink Zuka. And already we've got, actually, yeah, that with the switch to the junior, that is double bubble also. So there are going to be so many bubbles on the tower. Oh no, a DC! I think that's replayable because it was early on, and so we are going to reset the lobby, yes.
Yeah. The timer wasn't at a count that you would say, nah, it's not. We can definitely replay this one. And yeah, for the sake of content, I think everyone wants to see this one replaying, because this is a match. Oh my, it can really get down to that last game. Zones on, I only know the German word right now for that last map. So
Um,
maybe you know that name.
I struggle with identifying maps from a strip, but it looks like Barnacle. Oh, we've got a nice little
Barnacle. Yes, yeah.
no, yes, Barnacle, spelled Barnacle with the I.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jerron. Or
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. And as we saw in the first match with the tower on Headlefish, it can really get to a KO, but it can also be a very close matchup right now, because the tower is so close to the enemy spawn. So I'm curious to see what those two teams are capable of. In the beginning, Blanks said to their junior, go on that tower, deploy that bubbler, and just stay on there for your damn life.
And it makes a lot of sense, right? The Hydra also has the bubble, but it's not going to be getting bubble nearly as fast as that junior. And once that bubble is done, the Hydra can start riding the tower and pop their own bubble.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting strategy, especially if you think about Big Bubble. Isn't that in favor of today's meta, especially if you are playing with two of them? But I recently saw some teams playing with a big bubbler, and it's also possible to do it. But two bubbles is it's interesting, to say the least.
Definitely, yeah. You give up having another one of another entry special or another area denying special for the bubble, which, well, I guess bubble does deny area, but another larger, like maybe tracking special like whales or something like that. But it seemed to be working out for them, and I think that they have a very good idea of how they want to be playing around the bubbles, especially with the Hydra. That kit is an absolute beast on tower control. You get that thing set up, it just becomes a moving turret, basically.
Yeah, and the opening is basically the same. Yoshi with with the big bubbler going onto that tower. And for those of you who are curious, my son, aka Yoshi, is actually playing with sticks, and I have so much respect of people playing sticks at such a high level.
Yeah, I do as well. Splatoon, in my opinion, was pretty much designed for motion in mind. While we're talking about sticks, though, which is extremely impressive, we got another bubble on the tower as well as another bubble on the tower as well as a cooler on the tower, and that enables them to get all the way down to 6, with all 3 of their members being on the tower at any one time. That means that the tower moves very quickly, but it also means that it's very easy to get into a wipeout situation like what just happened, with the strikes being at the ready and the cooler being popped, and we saw that Zuka earlier as well. Crown is really trying to just open the door wide for a push of their own. They do lose their Gal, though, and lose their Slosher, too, which makes it a lot more difficult not having that aggression needed to get more control. With another bubble on, I bet we're going to see more than 10 bubbles on the tower this match, well, considering how we've already seen so many, and it's been a minute 30. Well, we've got legs right, well, Blanks was in control of the tower. We do have another bubble at the ready from the Hydra, but right now Crown is making their push to this first checkpoint.
Yeah, maybe they can give a response to that first push that went all the way to 6. Right now, the specials are being deployed for both sides. The pencil is picked out by Multi here. He is also getting picked off right here. My son on the tower, the next bubble number, God knows what number we're at right now. I think it's at least 4 or 5 at this stage, and we are reaching the halfway line. and Crown really needs to step up their game right now.
Yes, well, they are gearing up, as you can see, now that they're all back and they have the cooler at the ready from that pencil, which was just popped. They need to respond to this push first. Yet another bubble on the tower coming out from Yoshi on that junior, but absolutely getting dived there, getting taken out, and another trade going down there. 2 down on both sides right now as that Slosher tries to get a play down, but gets denied by the 52 gal. We do have some members around the tower, but this 52 gal, again, doing what gal does best, using that wall, using those whales, dies to the wall. Actually, looks like the bomb exploded upon contact and striking the bubble. That is a great play from Crown right there to deny the push on the tower. Meanwhile, we've got another 1v1 situation turning very quickly into a 1v3. That is not what you want to see for them, but 2 down on the side of Crown, 1 on the side of Blanks. We are back into sort of a neutral game here as Blanks is on the tower, but Crown is still in mid.
Yeah, the jump is getting picked out by my son with his junior, the next pick. And that's what I'm saying about this guy. He just doesn't play his weapon like a support weapon. He says, yeah, it's called a support weapon, but I'm playing it as a Slayer, and he does it brilliantly, and it's working, and it's so fascinating.
Yeah, really, any weapon is what you make of it, and in Yoshi's hands, that junior is absolutely a slayer. We did get past the first check, but we've got a wipeout situation on Blanks as on Crown as well. So Blanks is going to continue another push, which at this point they don't really need. They're just doing it because every second that Crown spends on defense is a second they cannot spend on offense. And already we are at this tower. We got both bubbles up on the tower at the same time to lead to a knockout. And the set being won for Blanks there. Look at all of the purple on that map.
Congratulations to Blanks for going into the next round, which is going to be the winners semis, and they are waiting to play against a big title up top. And in the other semifinal is 4 Knights of Apocalypse against Spooky Spinner, which is pretty interesting actually, because this game is what we are seeing in a short time. And right now Crown is going to go into losers bracket, and after a short break we are going to continue with the winners semifinal before going into winners final. Stay tuned.
Teeny tiny break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool number 343, Spooky Edition. Yahaha! Found us if you're just joining. I am Korik, joined here today by my co-commentator Toad.
This time
I
you
was
were
ready for it.
expecting
I was ready
You
for
were
it this time. You may also know us as Cater and Vega, and oh, you're over here.
Hi.
There we go. And Vega. And we are about to bring you winners semis, which we are going to go right into them. This is Big Title up top versus Blanks. We just saw Blanks, and then on the side of Big Title up top, this is Neptune from... Oh, wrong match. I focused on the wrong match. This is Four Nights of Apocalypse, which is Spooky Spinner. Which hopefully Spooky Spinner is having a good time because we're on Museum de Alfonsino, the spinner map.
Yeah, and those spinners can be spooky indeed. Hopefully not for those two teams we are seeing right now. The opening is in favor of Four Nights of Apocalypse. And the first checkpoint is also not quite getting cleared by them. And what is pretty interesting, just look at the comps. Both
Heavy
comps,
Deco.
actually. It's
Heavy Deco, my favorite weapon. I love Heavy Deco. I'm so happy to see it. Yay! Okay, go on.
We don't have. I mean, we don't have a single shooter. And while saying that, Four Nights of Apocalypse actually got the first checkpoint, and they also go even further.
Yes, they do, all the way to 46. And I want to say, I hope we see this in the replays, but we saw a very interesting Kraken ditto at the beginning of this match. Actually, the Kraken from that Heavy Deco coming to take out Four Nights of Apocalypse. Speaking of Kraken, we do have it popped again, all the way on that spinner, all the way to the other team's plat, finding themselves a little bit alone there, unfortunately getting taken out. But very funny to see the Kraken just fully go over the top of mid there.
And yeah, Spooky Spinner finding their way back into mid. Yeah, just fighting against Four Nights of Apocalypse and the dominance of them. But although they are not quite in the middle, Pato is the last person, the last squid standing in the way of Spooky Spinner, which means they also get the first checkpoint done, and they look to go even further with this second right.
Yes, indeed. We've got another Kraken coming out here from our Heavy Deco. I love Heavy Deco. I'm definitely not biased here. Unfortunately, they're going to get taken out there as well. Meanwhile, we do have the... Oh, are we trying to do the funny Rainmaker thing? Yeah, we're getting the Rainmaker in the funny position, everybody. So Pato is just going to chill out here and fire off shots. They're leaving because Spooky Spinner is 3 down, and I think they just want more points. But, man, that Rainmaker position really is silly.
Yeah, and also both comms are quite silly to say the least. Yeah, I'm still fascinated by the fact that we are not seeing a single shooter. It's wow. In 2025, yes. a game with not a single shooter.
It is intriguing. Meanwhile, the Dapple's cooler weapon of choice from Spooky Spinner are going to pick up this Rainmaker, somehow living through a lot of chip damage, but unfortunately, I believe it was the E-Leader that took them out in the end. Do see here the Crab at the ready here for this Stamper. They are going to pop it. Oh, taken out almost immediately by that leader. Very nice shot. The E-Leader, a very formidable weapon, especially with how far it can reach all of these ledges on Museum specifically. Nobody is safe when this E-Leader is set up. We've got another Kraken coming out. I am loving how aggressive the Heavy Deco is being with their Krakens. Not quite able to find the picks, unfortunately. We've got a lot of stuff happening in this little corner right now, but eventually it is going to be... the Stamper on... not the Stamper, sorry. The decav on the side of Four Nights of Apocalypse that is successful there and is going to continue. Are we keeping the Rainmaker in that position? Yes, we are. Okay, great. Awesome.
Yeah. We have a lot of fun then. and we are seeing a lot of Rainmaker action on this map. I suppose Clara with the heavy Splatling getting picked off by the Rainmaker camping on that funny spot. Ha 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 ha
Yeah.
ha ha.
Notably, the Rainmaker did reset instead of staying at that spot there, and so Spooky Spinner is going to be able to get that pop in mid, has to contend with the members of Four Knights first, trying to get that Rainmaker, but able to take out that S-Blast. Rusty going to take this all the way and piggybacking off of the crab here, going to go around the backside of that spinner, taking it down to 56. The decaf going down in their own bubble, though, and the Kraken is here. We could very well see a lead swap in this last minute. The Kraken doing their best to paint up, but only one more point is given in this last match, and no overtime is allowed.
That is going to be the first point for Four Knights of the Apocalypse. By the way, the name Four Knights of Apocalypse is wow, creative. I really like when teams are getting creative with their team names, especially with those two teams, because also Spooky Spinner is also a brilliant alliteration.
Oh yes, it is. I do love Spooky Spinner. Well, despite all of the spinners on Museum, they weren't able to spin their way to a victory, but they did have some very good plays. Here's that nice pick from the heavy deco there before the Kraken jump scare right from the back. And, you know, I think that game could have been higher scoring if we didn't see so much of the Four Knights just chilling out on that glass block.
Yeah, you just said it. Even for Spooky Spinner, the spinners were way too spooky, and yeah, that means we are going to round number 2. We are going to Umami Ruins on Splat Zones.
Right into it, another classic zones map. Let's see how our comps shake out, how much of the silliness we are keeping. Order heavy! That is my other favorite weapon. Clara, you are based. You have the best taste in splatlings, and I fully support you. Also, you're taking... that's awesome. Just... yeah, keep at it. We do still have the Blob Deco, which is another weapon that we hadn't talked about much, but it is very interesting to see, and I think is going to be very useful here on Umami, especially being able to shoot over that top mid and threaten it while still on lower ground, and threaten from high ground into the pit, as you're seeing. We've got another Kraken coming out here, and then there it goes. Does get a pick as well for the Knights of the Apocalypse. Very dominant in the beginning of this game here, as that is 3 down on the side of Spooky Spinner.
Yeah, and we are seeing a first shooter in this match, cheaped, switched to a Zap, and the Booyah Bomb from Four Knights of Apocalypse is seeking Clara out, and eventually they are getting picked out by Four Knights of Apocalypse. We are below 30p, so Last Ditch is fully in function right now. But Spooky Spinner have problems trying to get in. I mean, it's only 2 players right now from Four Knights of Apocalypse. Only the Blobber on the left side. 6 is the score for Four Knights of Apocalypse, and Spooky Spinner finally gets their control of the map.
Yeah, getting control of the zones there is absolutely huge because they are applying that 72-point penalty, meaning they have some room and some time to breathe. But right now, of course, having no penalty of their own, they're able to start taking down that objective match, having to shoot out the Kraken and then the bubble as well. Those invulnerability or close to it specials got to be annoying there. Clara, unfortunately, getting caught out right at the end of those blobs. And meanwhile, we do still have Paco sitting on this E-leader, nicely getting set up in top mid, which is a great place for the leader to be against so much reach, getting a little threatened, but no sweat as they get that pick on Rusty.
Yeah, 2 minutes are gone by now. The Blobber was last squid standing right now. Pato with an E-liter is trying to survive Rusty's S-Blast, but doesn't quite get there. The zone is neutral right now. There's a blob in the zone and also another jump in, which is also getting picked out by Clara, and Spooky Spinner are sitting confident in mid, having control of both zones here. And we are going into the last 2 minutes here, and Spooky Spinner are just about to reach the point of 4 Knights of Apocalypse, but they can get the control of the zone back in their hands.
Oh, the direct. It's very difficult to contend with multiple specials being thrown at you when we saw both the Cooler and the Booyah Bomb popped for that response push. But now the S-Blast on the side of Spooky Spinner has their Booyah Bomb. We will see how that is used. They wait for their Splatling to come back. We got the Zipcaster as well. The Kraken have to watch out for that and takes out the S-Blast before they can pop that special. 3 down with Splatling being the only one standing right now as they're trying to get up on Dome. They're being reckoned with bombs and subs thrown at them, and 4 Knights is going to make it even more difficult for Spooky Spinner to respond. They take out 2 members though, and that is crucial here as they start painting up, getting their own zone, getting Cooler, all that specials. You can see the Splatling opting to maybe take a slightly flank-ish route there, losing the Stamper though, but fully in control of that zone. They have to work through this 30-point penalty before they can start taking down though, and in that last minute, time is getting tight.
The zone is in neutral position right now. We are seeing the decaf on the left-hand side. It's also getting picked out by Rusty, readying up the Booyah Bomb to throw into the enemies spawn. There's not much time left, but it may be just enough for Spooky Spinner to turn things around.
Turning things around is what they're doing right now as Rusty on this S-Blast trying to guard this pit area, but this S-Blast, the Booyah Bomb gets shredded though, absolutely huge. Clara painting over this zone, the Sprinkler also babysitting it on that funny side. They take the lead by just 2 points right now, and they're continuing to it. We have a knockout for Spooky Spinner, able to hold that zone and come back all the way to the end of the game. What a great last push.
I have to be honest here, I did not see this happening with the beginning of the match, because 4 Knights of Apocalypse, they were looking confident in that mid, as we are seeing right now. The members of Spooky Spinner are having troubles trying to get into the zone. Only the Zap is still alive, and then at the 6, at the mark of 6, Spooky Spinner is finally going into mid and getting the control that they so desperately needed.
Yes, indeed. And from that, they were able to turn the match around and just very, very slowly chip at their own penalty. Despite all of the specials, despite all of the picks that 4 Knights of Apocalypse got, they just weren't able to hold the zone for long enough to get past that 70-point penalty.
Yeah, and right now we are seeing Clara holding on to that zone and also securing that win in the end by just painting over the blob's efforts. And right now they equalized, and right now we are going to go to that map we spoke a round earlier before about, and it was Barnacle with zones, and right now we are seeing it finally.
Looks like we're seeing Barnacle Clams this time around, though, so
okay.
Same map, different mode. Yes, but like you said, we did speak about it earlier. We didn't see it. We will now see Barnacle and Dime. I believe the Paco on Eliator is going to could have a really good time here with the way this is just, it's a flat map. You've got some ups and downs in the stack, but the mid where the zone is at is relatively flat. Of course, there's no zone here, it's clams, and when you get into the clams basket area, that's definitely more elevated, got that pit area, got a lot of elevation changes. So we'll see how these teams deal with that as we head into our third match.
Let's see if both teams have any comp switches. We are seeing comp switches on the side of 4 Knights of Apocalypse. We are seeing the Rapid, we are seeing the 96 Deco, and we are still seeing the heavy splatting from Clara. And I guess Spooky Spinner didn't really change up anything in comparison to last round, but for Knights of Apocalypse, they also changed to a shooter comp now, and they have a better beginning than Spooky Spinner, but that doesn't mean anything because in the first two rounds they also had a better opening than Spooky Spinner. Let's see how much they can score this time.
Well, a good opening could be the end of the game if they're able to knock out here, and though it might not be a knockout, getting that down all the way to 59 on the first push is absolutely huge. You can see the Kraken getting stuck there as they can't go on the grates, they'll just fall right through. That push is over for 4 Knights of Apocalypse, has the 20-point penalty right now. Rusty here on the stack, picking up a couple clams for their team. The cooler goes out for Spooky Spinner as well. That is going to enable them, Rusty, to take this right alleyway and hopefully get the jump on them. Unfortunately, the chip damage from all of the combined things getting thrown at them, very difficult. Pato going here, taking some nice, the nice uninkable top shelf parts here, and has another power clam, a nice shot right there. And with the cooler, Spooky Spinner forced to jump back as well. 4 Knights of Apocalypse looking to gear up for another push here.
Booyah Bomb is going to go to their own plat right here. Rusty is trying to gain some control here against the enemy blaster, was it, I think. And Pato needs to watch out with his E-Leader because the Zipcaster is doing some things together with Rusty and their S-Blast. Ophelia is getting picked out, and it's only the S-Blast left from Spooky Spinner, so I think we will see another push from 4 Knights of Apocalypse. Never mind!
Never mind indeed, because Spooky Spinner was able to come from the back lines and break that basket. You could see the members of 4 Knights of Apocalypse fully at the ready for a push, just going, hey, wait a minute, the basket's, it's gone. And that's because their own basket was open. There was unfortunately no follow-up there. This Kraken here going to drop onto Spooky Spinner, and with the getting that pick and with the cooler as well, they are in a great place. Losing 2 though, to Clara, giving what is the splatting equivalent of a collateral in that double right there, as unfortunately we have the jump from the Zap taken out though, and that is a lot of blue on the map as Clara starts coming back, puts out that wave breaker, trying to get some information about the whereabouts of 4 Knights of Apocalypse, but they know to stay far and clear from that, losing their Stamper as well. Another power clam is going to go in here for 4 Knights of Apocalypse, and we do have the Zap with the cooler and some more follow-ups. They're taking that to 47.
Beautifully follow-up push by 4 Knights of Apocalypse. Yeah, the response from Spooky Spinner wasn't that strong, which is why 4 Knights of Apocalypse are just continuing their push to 23. There is also going to be another jump. They are going under the mark of 20 even. There is Siri on the enemy threat, maybe getting some more kills, 2 of them, before getting picked out by Rusty here in the end. But Spooky Spinner really needs to step up their game now, because they only have 1 minute left for a gigantic push.
Yeah, 14 is not. 14 is a very high bar to clear this late into the match. We've got the Booyah Bomb coming out, displacing the members of 4 Knights of Apocalypse back onto their own plat, and we have the whales coming out from them. But Spooky Spinner has a power clam of their own, and the leader is down. That is absolutely huge. With the power clam ditto going on, Zap goes down as well. Angry Onion forced to jump out, jumps to themselves, lands the direct, but that's not enough on a rapid. And Rusty up here is going to start throwing clams, and along with their teammates has to reckon with being called out though and not able to get in a couple more of the clams. Clara gonna jump in, put down the sprinkler, saves them on their jump, but not quite able to follow up there, and the S-Blast going down. They get it all the way to 38, which is an absolutely massive push, down from 80, but it is not enough to clear the bar of 14 that has been set. Another power clam has been formed. There is a distinct possibility we see overtime here. FGH not quite getting the Kraken pick on here, and they might get punished for this Kraken, but no, they don't. With the cooler coming out here, we will see how overtime shakes out.
Clara has a big clam of themselves, but it's getting picked out. The Booyah Bomb, you cannot find anyone. The Zap from Four Knights of Apocalypse can get 2 members out, and that's going to be the game. It's not gonna be enough for Spooky Spinner to turn things around, and Four Knights of Apocalypse are going to extend their lead to 2-1, and right now they are having the match point to go into winners final.
And despite that absolutely valiant push at the end, again, 80-30 is nothing to laugh at. It's still not quite enough to clear the bar that was set, which is very unfortunate. It was a very impressive push nonetheless.
Yeah, we are seeing the highlights of that last game. The Kraken of Four Knights of Apocalypse not getting a pick out of this one, but let's just see at CV. Well, then not look at CV. I was going to I was going to point out his 2 picks. Then we are going to go into the possible last game of this set, which is going to be again on Hagglefish Tower Control. Man, it's a long time no see.
Getting serious deja vu here. I think that's the 3rd time we've seen it on stream.
Oh my god, I am naked.
Oh!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I don't think we were supposed to see that. Oh my god! Okay, let's try and put that behind us as we go into this Hagglefish Tower. As I try and erase the image of bald toad from my memory, we are going to continue with the comp that we've seen before. Our match point for Four Knights of Apocalypse here again. Looks relatively, yep, that's all the same that we had before. We'll see how our teams open up here. If anybody decides to take a flank route, looks like both Angry Onion is watching that left side, but Clara is as well, and so no sneakiness happening here. Just a very quick cooler coming out from Spooky Spinner, as from their Zap there, and the Wavebreaker directly on top of that tower. The Zap going down on the side of Four Knights as well means with the Crab that Spooky Spinner is going to take this in a very nice opening for them. The Crab, though, very quickly getting shot by the 3 remaining members. And where is the rest of Spooky Spinner? One of them is down and the other 2 are far back in mid, so they're not able to assist their teammate on tower. With that, Four Knights is going to take that tower. Another Wavebreaker going up, but Clara forced to back up, and another Wavebreaker. So many funny ice cream cones on the map right now.
Yeah, first minute down, but not a big push happening right now, in comparison to the last 2 times that we were on this map. So it's a different point of view this time. Cheaped with his Zap is picking out 1 or 2 members. FGH with the 96 is trying everything to take straight to the enemy Stamper, but it's not gonna be enough, and both teams just stand in the middle and they are having a little standoff and a little battle for mid control before actually pushing.
I guess one change here is that we see the switch to the E-Leader Scope, which we were not on Scope in previous matches, but, ooh, with that wipeout on Spooky Spinner as well. But the slight edge on the range afforded by the Scope might be enough to be warranted here on Hagglefish. Perhaps it's a map-specific thing, perhaps it's just for Tower, but either way it seems to be working out as Four Knights of Apocalypse about to flip this lead. Relatively low-scoring game thus far, but I get the sense that that is going to change, or not. Okay, there we go. There's the lead swap. And another nice pick. Oh, a double leading into that wipeout. Nice picks from Pato here. And Angry Onion is going to assist with the clearing of this first checkpoint, popping the whales, and going to go, both of them here, onto the upper canopy portion here. Really, really nice spot to be in.
Oh, the Wavebreaker is placed on the tower, but it's not going to be enough as the Zap is last squid standing. it is in a 2v1 situation against him, which is why they need to get out of there as soon as possible. Brilliantly placed direct here by the S Blast, and now Spooky Spinner have another chance of going to that 39 mark, and maybe they can reach that and maybe go even further than this one.
Well, they've got to get past this first checkpoint before they go further. They're able to do that, though, and that cooler goes down right in the path of the tower. You know they're yelling at their teammates to get it before it goes down, but that's 3 down on the side of 4 Knights of Apocalypse, which means we are going to see a lead flip here for Spooky Spinner. The lead going to them, breaking past that second checkpoint there. Absolutely massive. Rusty going down on the side there to the Rapid Blaster, but at checkpoint 3 and not stopping for Spooky Spinner, they are continuing this fight, tapping that tower and continuing to get points all the way down to 15, which is a quarter through that last checkpoint. The jump here getting camped, and that looks like the end of the match, but what a push from Spooky Spinner. Absolutely huge.
Beautifully done by Spooky Spinner, and now we're going into the last minute, and 4 Knights of Apocalypse for the first time in this match needs to get their lead back in the last minute.
Yeah, it's all, when you have a push like that, it's always very interesting to see how the tone of the match changes from, we're chilling, we have this nice push, to, oh no, we have very little time to fully turn this match around. And right now, Spooky Spinner is doing a great job right now, just holding off 4 Knights as they try and get onto the tower. You can see that it's on their side of the map, and that's not what you want to see when there's less than 15 seconds left, losing their Rapid Blaster as well. Spooky Spinner absolutely killing it. 3 down, going down at the very end to the E-Leader 4K right there, but it might not matter as Ponto is rushing for that tower. Rusty has the GG Booyah at the ready to obliterate anybody trying to take it, and with that tower pick, we are headed to a Game 5.
Yeah, that is what we like to see as casters, and also as just the fans, and also the viewers on Twitch. They just love to see a Game 5, man. It's so tense, and every tiebreaker looks exactly the same, because both teams are just so they really need to watch out what they are doing, because every step might be the last step.
Absolutely. Spooky Spinner really pushed that last. I thought that maybe they would get the lead and then 4 Knights would kind of collapse on them, engage the defense, but Spooky Spinner was able to take it far. And that was very, very impressive of them. And so now, even with how dominant that first match seemed in favor of 4 Knights of Apocalypse, we are sitting at 2-2 in our set. And our last map for this is going to be Rainmaker on, I believe that's Undertow Spillway.
Yeah, I think we saw this map mode combination in the first or second round. It was something like that. So we are used to it already. We saw it, and I guess we know how both teams are going to operate in this set. Yeah, 4 Knights of Apocalypse, they were sitting confidently on their lead, but Spooky Spinner actually absolutely they were just perfect on their last pushing attempt. That 4 Knights of Apocalypse, they were just standing in their spawn and holding on for dear life, not actually getting a KO out of this, because a snowball situation is not that impossible.
Really, yeah. I feel like the snowball was really in favor of Spooky Spinner there after they got past that second checkpoint, which is true for just so many tower maps in general. You get past that second checkpoint, that momentum is bringing you to the finish. And so here we are, a tiebreaker, Game 5, Undertow Spillway Rainmaker. Let's see, I assume this comps are going to say this. Okay, well, we're not. We're bringing out the mint decav here, and Clara is switching to that ballpoint nouveau. So that is going to be InkVac. Completely fair, given that we are at Rainmaker, that InkVac can be very cheesy for getting some picks, especially or some pushes, especially those checkpoints. We'll see how the swap and also the swap to the Stamper shakes out for them.
We are seeing a Stamp Decaf 1v1. The Decaf getting the favor, and the first push goes to 4 Knights of Apocalypse, similar to all the games we were seeing. Quite similar to all the 4 games we were seeing prior to this one. 4 Knights of Apocalypse always getting their first push, and for now they are sitting at the checkpoint mark at the 60. So Spooky Spinner, if they reach the checkpoint, it's just 61, because you can't have a tie in this game.
Yeah, this game says no ties allowed. Meanwhile, Spooky Spinner, like you said, doing their best, but they're a little bit stuck back here in this corner in the pit with the S-Blast popping that Booyah Bomb. They are able to get out of the corner a little bit with the Stamper, really gunning for this, gets 1 pick, falls trying to get the second. Pato also switching to that Splatter Scope, it looks like, so opting for a little bit more of a faster charge at the cost of a little bit of that range. Seems to be working out as they get that incredible pick right there, 3 down on the side of Spooky Spinner. They are going to get this pop. They have to get the pick on Sheep, and that comes very quickly. The scope switch also makes sense for this vac. Both of these teams going, haha, Rainmaker, vacuum. Very convenient. And that is a pick. The vac shot getting the pop there. They pick on Clara, going for another one. We're going for the KO. We get it! And what a fast and decisive way to end this set. 4 Knights of Apocalypse saying, we still have the power that we drew on in that first match to absolutely be dominant and end this match before Spooky Spinner even has a chance to push back. What a display of teamwork.
Yeah, they were like, we got no doubts that we will win this one and we will advance to the winners final, because what was that for a game? 4 Knights of Apocalypse, an absolutely brilliant opening to that game. Pato grabbing that Rainmaker, going all the way to 11, and now the S-Blast also in a 1v1 against the other blaster, also distracting them from getting to that Rainmaker.
Yes.
The carrier in the end dunks it on the finish post, and finishing the game, which sends Spooky Spinner to the losers bracket, to the losers final to be specific. And 4 Knights of Apocalypse, they are going to play. No, they are not in the losers final. Never mind. They are in the losers quarterfinal. And Blanks is actually the enemy for 4 Knights of Apocalypse in the winners final, which is a really interesting matchup we are going to see in a bit, because we already saw both teams on stream, both with very intense games, and I can't wait to actually watch it, because we are going to switch out the commentators.
That's right. We are going to hand the mic to another pair of absolutely wonderful commentators, Manoli and Hat. But before we do that, Vega, is there anything you want to promote anywhere that the lovely viewers in the audience can find you on the internet?
You can find me basically anywhere, anywhere you like. It's on Twitter. I don't like to call it X. On Twitter, it's Vega _SPL, and on Instagram, it's actually my full name, but it's way too long to pronounce. So just go with Twitter, and that's gonna be fine.
Well, they'll find you there. You can find me on bsky at cater.inkling.social, Twitter at cater_, where I commentate things like this, and I post a lot of art, and I run around and do silly things. So thank you for tuning in to us. This has been Toad and that one Korok that you cannot find when you're trying to do your 100% run of Breath of the Wild. But yeah, haha, you found me. Good job. So we are going to be right back with winners finals, I believe, and a beautiful brand new set of wonderful commentators. Shout out again to our streamer Jorian. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to Battling Pool and a very spooky edition at that. Edition 343 hosted right here on Dapple Production. My name is Fortnite Head and I am joined by Hockey Manoli. Manoli, we just came back from Octofest and we're already on the mic. But how are you feeling now that Octofest has passed?
Very sad. It was my second LAN that I've ever been to, and I think it was an amazing experience meeting all the people that I knew from online, but also new people just like you, for example.
Yes, I had a blast too. I'm very much hoping we get another LAN soon, potentially. Waiting, slowly hinting, but waiting. But with that said, we do have something to cast because it is time for the winners finals here on Battling Pool 4 Knights of the Apocalypse against Blank Z. A lot of maps coming your way. At least I see on my stream. I don't think we have that many maps on this set. But 4 Knights of the Apocalypse. Aaron, Potato, Pooh, and Taco against Blanks, Pyro, Devil, Golden, and Yoshi Forever, who we also saw duking it out on Octofest. And I think they actually did quite well. They got decent. They got pretty far. So good for them. We're going to start it off on Splat Zones. Haggle Fish Market, a very decent map to face each other on. Now, we saw tons of this map in Octofest, and we had some crazy strategies pulled. Pencil here, absolute menace of a weapon, so I'm hoping we see some of that today in this set too.
Yes, but right now we're gonna hop into the first game. We've seen this map in the last set, but it was in tower control, I do believe, instead of Splat Zone. So let's see which weapons we're gonna have here.
Looking at this, indeed, I haven't seen it really yet. I haven't looked at a lot of streams. I love the little Petting Pool logo. And did I saw a Zinc Mini and a Hydra? Yeah. It is a Zinc Mini and a 5-inch charger and a Jet Squelcher. I have no idea what the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse are cooking, but I'm sure as hell they're giving us an Apocalypse. I did not expect that comp to come out. A lot of range on that side, but it seems to be working because already 2 players are down on the side of Blanks here.
Yes, they did have a very great opening. Some long-ranged weapons on one side team. We have a Jet Squelcher, the Charger, and then also the other 2 weapons. But it's 2 members going down on the side of 4 Knights of the Apocalypse right now.
Ooh, Blanks now in control of the map, of the zone. 2 players down, 3 players down on the side of Blanks. 4 Knights of the Apocalypse are coming back stronger than ever. Very good retake. Only 5 ticks scored on the side of Blanks, so they have some more work to do. The 4 Knights of the Apocalypse setting up for a defensive move. S-Blast coming in. Big splat there for the S-Blast, using the smaller shot for the bigger blast radius. Looking at the big bubble from the Hydra, trying to protect the base, but countered by an Ink Vac and a Booyah Bomb, who's kind of stuck there because he doesn't have anywhere to throw it.
Yeah, this one member here on the far right side has to jump out. Beautiful jump out, deciding not to take the fight right here. They had 3 specials ready on the side of Blank Z, but they still are not able to get back in.
They are waiting. They're looking for an opportunity, but they have to find one fast. But Devil getting shut down. Multi getting shut down. This S-Blast is going in hard. Looking at my son. Can they get the split into? Yes, they can. 3 players down instead of Blanks. I don't think they're coming back on the zone. They're just a Hydra alive, fighting for their life. Zone neutralized though. There's someone on the way back. They have to capture it now, otherwise it is game over. Good cap and a fat 68 penalty applied on 4 Knights of the Apocalypse.
Yes, Galaxy do have 2 big bubblers on their side, so whenever they have one ready, they do have a good opportunity to cap the zone. Junior and also the 52 get taken out, so it's now 2 members down on the side of Galaxy.
They do lost the zone though, Blanks. They have 3 players down instead of 4 knights, so it should be a very easy retake. But the thing is struggling right now. They need to maintain that zone. They can retake all they want, and yeah, they can score a couple points here and there, but they've only scored 20 points so far, Manoli. Junior Shark with a bubbler though might help a little bit. No! No! Unfortunately, before they got the bubbler off, they got splatted. What a shame.
I was about to say they have no more penalty points left, but it's 2 members down. 3 members down now on the side of Playing C and have 23 penalty points applied to themselves. It's not looking very great. We have 2.5 more minutes left to play, and 4 Knights of Apocalypse are looking very good right now.
4 Knights of the Apocalypse looking strong indeed. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left for Blanks to find an opening, but only 20 ticks penalty remaining. They have a bubbler in their spawn, but that's not really gonna help now, is it? It will help against that Booyah Bomb though. Very good defense. The last of 52. Mini down on the side of 4 Knights. They have to go in now because the penalty is about to be over. They neutralize the zone, but can they cap it? They're all painting the zone. My son is in there. Duvo's in there. Everyone from both teams alive painting his zone. Blanks does come out victorious and applies another small penalty onto 4 Knights. But again, 4 Knights is so quick on those retakes here, Manoli.
Yes, the try strikes were coming out a little bit late from 4 Knights of Apocalypse. Yushi decided to jump out with his junior and is now back into the zone. Inkvik is coming out once again. The bubbler will definitely help, but my son is going down anyway.
They have Tacticooler in the zone. They have to make the most of this. They have 20 ticks of penalty now, so Blanks cannot afford mistakes, but losing Devil there is not looking that good. They're fighting as the Hydra. S-Blast does not survive that one. That means the penalty will go over. That means they will start scoring points again, but look at that. Every time they score points, that zone is just colored green instantly.
Yes, the Inkvik is also gonna help to cap the zone on the side of 4 Knights of Apocalypse, especially in combination with that big bubbler, but it's now 2 members down, and Blanksy should have a very good opportunity to paint the map and get a little bit further into the enemy base.
They're pushing it further, they're pushing in deeper, but they're still a bit resilient at this point. Enza pops out the Tacticooler, and it will help with his defensive run here. They're scoring some big points as well, pushing towards the 40 and below. If they can hold this, it will be huge. Esbus fighting against the Enza, but the Enza just completely misses all their shots, allowing 4 Knights to capture that zone again. It's looking so tough for Blanks right now.
Yes, it's just the Hydra left alive. I do believe they are still in this spawner left alive, but surely they should go down here, don't they?
They really should go in. They really should push a bit forward. Hydra on the defense here might be nice, but with 3 players down, Blanks. I know you wanted to cook something cool, but for Blanks, I mean, they're struggling. I do have to hand it to the 4 Knights though. Their composition works. I don't know how, but it just works.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say as well. It was a pretty unconventional composition, but it worked out. I'm not sure if they have this specifically for this map or if this is the comp that they actually do run in any match.
I really hope this is their normal comp. That would be extremely funny if they had that, because look at it. It is so unconventional. I mean, it has everything you want, especially with an S-Blast. Beautiful shots there, by the way, but an S-Blast. Loving those blasted directs, but it's such an unconventional comp. I don't know what happened to Blanks, but they had nothing. Someone in chat says 0 retake specials. I agree with that one. They had bubblers, and that's about it really. The only offensive special they really had was the Killer Wheel, so I think they do need to get that special game up a little bit. Maybe like Tri-Strikes, maybe Azuka, I don't know, but that's something I think they do need to change in the next match, because otherwise this will snowball down.
Yes, I mean, 4 Knights of Apocalypse had really great counters against their specials as well. I mean, they had a Booyah Bomb, they had Tri-Strikes, they had a big bubbler on their own, and even the Inkback just helps get in very well. But next up, we do have Rainmaker on Scorchgorge, a map that we've seen at Octofest quite a few times as well. But I do think it's one of, maybe if not the best Rainmaker map.
Oh, definitely one of the best ones. I'm gonna agree with you there. If not, yeah, no, I'm gonna say they're like the best Rainmaker map, especially to cast and spectate. I love the chaos that always pursues here on this map mode combination. But I'm wondering again, will Blanks change up their comp, or will they stick with it? I don't think they're going to be a major change coming in on the side of 4 Knights. I don't really need to. Blanks does opt to go for three different weapons. Basically an entire new comp, except for Devil sticking on that 52 gal. Sploosh with the hammer, heavy edit, and multi with the Tetra Dually. Another weapon you don't see too often anymore, but still very, very valid. We do see that Knights again very fast in the middle of the map. Blanks did get the opening pop, lost their Dapples or the Tetras though. Can they fight this? Mai on the splat against Onion with the mini. 2 players down on the side of 4 Knights. This might be a good opening push for Blanks if they can maintain map control and player dominance.
Yes, beautiful pick here as well. Yushi tends to play Sploosh on Rainmaker, and so far it's looking great. He has his hammer ready as well, and it's 2 members down on the side of 4 Knights of Apocalypse, so they should get points here. I was about to say they fell down the map, but apparently they didn't. They should get the Poppy. They do have the Kilowatt ready as well. 52 is getting 1 pick. Do they get the second? Yes, they do, and this should be a great opportunity to get even more points. Kilowatt, no, not Kilowatt, the Inkpack is coming out. And all the specials are just coming out. It's 3 members down on the side of 4 Knights right now.
There's still so in from Blanks right there. Can he maintain the map control? Can he maintain this push? Ooh, unfortunately for mine, they got splattered with the sniper's not because they saw the jump. But they're still alive with this other Rainmaker. Still up there in the base of 4 Knights of the Apocalypse. They finding a way. Blanks went from not being able to retake to dominating the push here. I think is finally over now after everyone from Blanks got splattered and is out of that base. It took a long time. Big booyah cancel. The Rainmaker still up there. Mai trying to reach it. Unfortunately does not. 3 players down outside of Blanks now. 4 Knights hold on to the Rainmaker tightly because they don't want to have something happen to it again. But Blanks with a huge opening here.
Yes, 4 Knights are a little bit slow with the checkpoint here. They might be able to get it anyway now in combination with the Inkpack. No, they don't!
Oh, 4 Knights, they have to push in quick, they have to do something. It's Tetra Dualies are down, Booyah Bomb protecting the Rainmaker.
Oh.
Big splash by Oasis on the S-Blast there. Getting rid of 2 players with a Booyah Bomb and a direct hit. Love seeing an S-Blast. Maybe it might be a little bit easier sometimes, but it's lovely to watch the caster. Big hammer coming out from Mai-san, defending that base, getting rid of the S-Blast. 2 players down on the side of 4 Knights. They picked up the Rainmaker and lost it as fast as they picked it up. Blanks doing a very decent job on the defense here.
Yes, 4 Knights want to keep the Rainmaker there. Maybe even push together with the Impact, but that didn't work out the way they wanted. And now Blanksy do have an opportunity to get back in themselves. It's 2 members down on the side of 4 Knights, so this could even be the lead extended a little bit more.
I'm pretty sure Blanks wants the lead extended as fast as they can. Meister on one of the Rainmaker pushing in 2 of the teammates, pushing in from the side, trying to protect him. Drive Strikes coming out on the Rainmaker as well as a sniper shot. Getting rid of that player. Doesn't really matter though, as Blanks is so in control. Reefside coming in. The Rainmaker's swimming behind him. Does get a little bit further to 25. Not a big extension, but an extension nonetheless. Everyone is slowly getting splattered though. I don't think there's that much pushing their multi somehow fighting in there. But this push is over again with 4 Knights in the lead. I don't know what's going on with them right now, but compared to the first game, they are the ones struggling like Blanks was.
Yes, I do think Blanks playing a bit more aggressive definitely helped them benefit from it. And do you see those plays here just going in again and again? It's 1.5 more minutes left to play, and Blanksy in theory could just stall the Rainmaker, but if you can get a few extra points on the board, why not?
I think it's not even just an extra few points on the board. I think it's also to just have 4 Knights deal with that constant barrage of aggression and not being able to push themselves. They did go rid of 3 players though, so they think they can get back into the middle before everyone respawns, but not much further, I don't think.
But Blanksy do have to be careful. 4 Knights have broken through the checkpoint already, and if they get 1 wipeout, they can definitely get the lead. It's 2 members down for 4 Knights right now, so Blanksy have to make sure that the enemies don't jump in as easily.
Looking at what Blanks is doing right now, Devil is up there defending. Tacticooler out as well. Big wall in front of that. Does go in a little bit too aggressive, even with the Tacticooler on. I would not have done that. Picking up the Rainmaker just to get it in the bubble again and extend that timer. Waste as much time as you possibly can. My song getting splattered by the Rainmaker while popping the Rainmaker. Don't really know what's up with that one. Strike's coming out, Buivam coming out, Beto holding it to the Rainmaker, but there was a Tetra due to the defense. Multi, very good split, but only 20 seconds left and 4 Knights are pushing towards that lead now.
Yes, but can they get the lead? That is the question. In the last 10 seconds, they are a bit hesitant. The hammer is coming out. Is there going to be a hammer throw onto the Rainmaker? Is there not? I don't know for sure. It's 5 more seconds left to play.
Whoa, the hammer! The hammer! In the nick of time! Found a player to connect to, and it was the Rainmaker to secure the victory! Blanks defending like champions, pushing like champions, from being absolutely destroyed to destroying their opponents. It is now 1-1, but that ending still incredibly close. If they had one more second, if the 4 Knights had one more second, they would have won this 100%.
What a hammer throw that was. I said it and it happened. Usually with his Flush, always with Rainmaker, it's the same thing every time. Like, he's known in the German community for his Flush gameplay, especially in Rainmaker, and he was just doing what he always does.
I cannot believe that somehow worked. I saw the hammer being activated at the end, and I figured, they're gonna go in, I'm not gonna win. Then I saw them go back, and I was like, why would you go back now? But then I saw them up there on the little ledge with the hammer ready to throw, and that was such a perfect throw, dude. That was insane.
Yes, and next up we do have TC. Is it called Ship Shape in English? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, Ship Shape Cargo Co. We saw this on Octofest a couple times as well. Always brings up some interesting matchups, but it especially will bring out something interesting with the composition of the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse.
Yes, it is a map that I personally didn't like playing too much myself, but I do think it is a very interesting map to watch. It is a bit more flat and long in a way, I guess, but you have to play it very patiently, I do think.
Yeah, this is one of those maps you can't really rush in. The tower path is also quite awkward because it goes like from the left all the way to the side, all the way to the right, and then it goes sort of back, and it is also a bit choke heavy on the tower checkpoint, but you can make it work switching it up to that new Jet Sculpture and an E-Leader. No big comp changes other than a Junior instead of a Sploosh on the side of Blank. So they are fairly confident with their newfound aggression to make it work. 4 Knights do want that longer range. So in a map like this, a lot of open space from the middle. The E-Leader makes perfect sense instead of the Fire Fin.
Yes, but we also do have the other Jet Squelch, the new one with the Splashdown. It's now 2 members down on both sides, actually. The Dapple is, or not the Dapple, the Tetra is going in against the S-Plus, but got taken down as well. And now 4 Knights of Apocalypse have a great opportunity for a push. All members right at the tower. The S-Plus gets taken out.
4 Knights of Apocalypse, 3 players down though. Blanks fighting away under the tower, trying to fight their way into the middle. Effective delayed wipe for the side for 4 Knights. Blanks now in control of the tower. They're also pushing in quite deep, looking at those players. Their Jet Squadron got splattered by the heavy Edit, who's playing like a frontliner, but an E-Leader found the tower and found the player on there. And now the Reef Starter coming in gets a big splat on the E-Leader. Very well done by Blanks as they conquer checkpoint 1.
Yes, Tetra even found a trade there at the end, taking 2 members down before he went down himself. Now Buoy Bomb is being thrown onto the tower, not able to take out a player. 1v1 against a 52. 52 wins, and it's 2 members down for 4 Knights, and we're entering the second checkpoint now.
Blanks can actually capture if they're playing smart, but they're not. Unfortunately, E-Leader found a way to get rid of the Tower Rider. They're going to the middle now, but they have a lot of work to do. They have no paint on the map. They have literally no checkpoints captured, and they only have 2 specials active, and both of them don't really do all too much. So they have a lot of charging to do. Blank server is losing players left and right as well and have no special ready at all. Only now are they about to launch a tactical blue on the map.
Now 4 Knights should be able to break through the first checkpoint themselves. 21 is a very great push within the first 90 seconds of the game, but it's now 2 members down for Blank C. Possibly a third one right here, and that's a wipeout!
To the Sharks they go on a ship check Cargo Co in the current state. That's not really what you want because 4 Knights of the Apocalypse are rushing towards that lead. 21 points is the current lead. 2 players do go down though. I don't know exactly what happened there on the side. I believe it was the Heavy or the Junior throwing a bomb. We saw at Octofest a perfect splat bomb being thrown from here on the tower. It might have just happened again The 4 Knights of the Apocalypse are slowly being driven back as Blank Sea is reclaiming some ground, is getting some turf on the map, and is getting a lot of splats. They're on the tower, they're pushing it forward, Devil does go down, so the 2 players on the side of the 4 Knights. That Heavy is a monster right now, and it's showing you that the minigun can frontline if they want to.
I was about to say, if they do play it fast enough, they should be
Oh,
able
they
to
got
get
another
through
2!
and have a great opportunity, I was about to say, but it's now 3 members down. It's just the duelies left alive. Now it's just the junior left alive on the tower, but they're not quite able to take him down. He actually gets the pick onto the S-Plat, but now goes down on himself.
This is what Blanks was doing last game as well. Stall, just keep pushing it forward by tiny amounts. Just stall as long as you can, waste as much time as you can for 4 Knights. The less specials they can use, the less time they have to push in the tower, the better it is for them to increase your chances of victory. But 4 Knights know how they play, and I think they're slowly looking for a way around it. But can they find one? No, big splashdown coming out on the tower, getting rid of that Heavy edit. Junior goes down as well, and now suddenly this doesn't look too hot anymore. 52 goes down as well on the side of Blanks. But no, they might actually go for the lead here.
Yes, here the Reefslider is coming out. It's 2 members top right, but it's 2 members down. Now they have a big bumper as well. It's looking very good for 4 Knights to take the right here.
Big shot, and the lead has been swapped. Onion on the tower. Enough time to get that lead all the way to 16. 3 players down the side of Blanks too. It looked like they were winning, and now they're losing it. They're slowly going towards the checkpoint. Can they KO? Myson trying to find a way to stop it, but no. Unfortunately, 3 members of the 4 Knights is just too much for one lonesome junior. With a big comeback, 2-1. And match point status for 4 Knights.
Yes, very, very big comeback here within the last minute of the game. I do think that this map is a little bit snowbally. Like, if you get taken out and you have control over mid, it's a bit difficult to back in, especially if you don't have as much range, but 4 Knights do have the range that they need on this map.
I do feel like these 2 teams did quite well on that, though. I don't think it was not a dominant game by any means. I mean, yeah, Blanks had a good run in the beginning, but 4 Knights was always able to find a way back. And then whenever 4 Knights was pushing the tower, Blanks found a way back. So both of these teams were actually very well matched to each other here. I don't think there was like a clear dominant team. Only at the end did 4 Knights found a way to get rid of the players from Blanks twice in order to KO, especially after that lead swap. But other than that, this game was extremely close with a lot of great plays on both sides. But honestly, we love to see that. We had that crazy cast when Screamer 1 hour against Spelky Rihamu on Octofest, and at there as well, these teams were highly matched to each other. None of them were very dominant, and we're seeing that today right here. So we might actually go for a game 5, but there is a little Clamblitz map coming up. One which name I will always forget because it is stupid, but it will give us an interesting game, because Clamblitz with these kind of teams, where they're closely matched, is always a pleasure for our eyes.
Yes, and let's see if we do see any adaptations to the compositions, and yes, we do. I'm not quite sure what the name once again is in English from the dualies that are coming out. But what I want to say is that Blanks, you do need a little bit of range on this map. I do think it's very important here.
Bring back duty squelchers, please. I love the custom duty squelchers. I think they bring an interesting tone with that special. I will never know the name. I don't play enough Splatoon to know that special's name. I'm so sorry. I do play a lot of Splatoon actually, but I always forget that special's name. It does bring something interesting with the beacons as well, giving you a lot of jump opportunities for your team to push in, which is always nice to have for your team, especially in a game like Clamblitz where jumping is very essential. My son actually somehow getting a power clamp and throwing it in, but there's nobody for a follow-up next to the base. Multi slowly pushing in, getting a couple clamps into that basket to at least not get the opening push to waste. But other than that, there's not a whole lot going on in that base. Unfortunately for Blanks, they're only scoring it to 65, and I don't think they're going to get that much further.
Yes, the Reefslider came out a second too late for the dualies to survive right there. Beautiful jump out and a push to 65 within the first minute. It's definitely not too bad.
It's decent. I don't think it's a bit of a waste of your one push where you don't have to fight through a penalty. So maybe they could have done a little bit more with that. I think Meister kind of rushed it in there a little bit too quickly. But 4 Knights not winning the turf war matches, not winning the skirmishes. Now actually getting a couple splats here, but it's still very, very not one-sided at all. It's very, very balanced. Big Reefsider though.
Yes, and that's a delayed wipeout now, if I'm not mistaken, 4 blanks, and they should have a great opportunity to take the top right side and get in to score even further.
They do want to make sure they score more points because you want to extend that lead and at least get 4 Knights away from your own basket if you can. But 4 Knights now getting a lot of turf on the web. Now getting a lot of damage done, but someone was there and didn't notice it. 2 power clamps on the way. 1 scores in to open the basket. A second one as a follow-up to get more points on the board. Suddenly 65 went to 39. And blanks pushing it further to 24 now with a very, very commanding lead in the board here. Last 3 players, but did a ton of objective damage here.
Yes, and now 4 Knights will probably be a bit paranoid, even for future matches possibly. But are they going to be able to get their first push themselves now? Doolies are taken out on the side of Blank Sea. They have the top right position, so they should be able to score. But the E-leader gets taken down and another power clam as well.
Ooh, still 1 power clam active though. Pity clam is active as well, but the other power clam also went down. We see the Dooley squad getting splattered as well. People from blanks are pushing further and further and further, and the 4 Knights, they're not even allowed to get close to the base here.
Yes, it's 2 more minutes left to play, and so far it is not looking good for 4 Knights. They do get a pick here and there. They actually get 3 members now. This should be the opportunity to get the first points on the board now.
But they only have 5 clips in their hand. Nobody's into the pity clam too. They had a lot of players down, but they didn't have the objective sorted out. That's so unfortunate. Always get your objective in order, even when you fight players, especially in Clam Blitz. Ooh, they had such a golden chance and they kind of wasted it if you ask me. Blanks back on the defense here. A lot of stuff being thrown at that base though. We do see the bubbles coming out. Little jumpy specials. Power Clam is in the basket. They need to get that second one in just to do some damage. Peto is holding on to it. Trying to find an opening. Trying to push it in with the edited shots. Trying to do as much. Trying to pay as much as they can, but they couldn't find a way in, unfortunately. And only the original Power Clam is scored in the basket.
Yes, they have split themselves up a little bit. It was 3 members on the ramp. Oh, beautiful direct here. And it was just 1 member on the top right side to help a bit push in. Beautiful trades here in mid. It's 2 members down on both sides. 3 members down on the side. All 4 Knights of Apocalypse. Beautiful jump out with the power clam to get an overtime in a few seconds.
They should be able to proc overtime if they survive. They do have the E-leader on the power clam. Will help you in the long run because the E-leader doesn't have to push in as much. And Crapler Capital, I mean. So they can maintain position, the man, and can maintain that power clam in their hands to force overtime. But we already saw that Blanks is sneaky and they have weird ways in. If you ask me, there might just be someone on the way to the basket now. We do see other specials coming out towards that basket. Would be enough. Bubbler is there as well. Toxic Mist on there, but Killer Will as a response from Blanks to power clams on the map, Manoli, and Blanks is defending like crazy.
Yes, they do have 2 power clams though. Do they have a way to throw them in? Yes, they do. It's a push to 50 and they have even more clams to extend their push in overtime, but they need to hold the basket open to get this victory here.
Peter going in, trying to hold the basket open, finds 1 more clam, but it's not enough. Blanks stopping this push as well. A lot of points scored out of nowhere though for the 4 Knights, but we are going to game 5.
Yes, I'm not sure if I remember what map mode it is going to be on.
I will check for you now. It will be Barnacle and Dying Split. Manoli, can I ask you something really quickly?
Yes, of course you can.
Are we going to be the lucky casters that are going to have crazy game 5s here on the winners finals here in Battling Pool? We don't see it too often. I cast a lot of Battling Pools, and winners finals rarely have best of 5 sets, especially, or they always have best of 5 sets, but they rarely have game 5, which is always hype, especially with the level of that these 2 teams are playing on. And mind you, this is seed 1 to seed 6. If everything is seeded correctly, the top 8 might actually be super close to each other here in this tournament.
Yes, I do hope that we do see some game fives. I mean, we did at the LAN as well. But it's always nice to see a game five, to see both teams be very even and just have this interesting sets for just the viewers, but also us as the commentators.
Especially for you guys to watch some enjoyable Splatoon. We're going to our last map, Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. A big open area, a lot of playgrounds to fight against, but I think Pencil might be the way to go here. Do we see a Pencil? No, we do see a Deacon and an Antep though coming out from the Four Knights of the Apocalypse. Major team shift, no change at all other than the Tetras on the side of Blanks. Fairly confident with their new found kit after the devastating loss on game 1. Four Knights of the Apocalypse though are coming in from just a loss, so they do have to work a little bit harder. Tacticooler out early for Blanks. They're pushing towards that zone, capturing it as well, getting rid of a lot of players too. Blanks is playing extremely aggressive, and they need to because they want to win this game 5 and knock the seed number 1 back into the losers bracket.
I was about to say beautiful snipe here that Blanks is going in very aggressively, but they do have to watch out for the Decapitator, and now Four Knights on Apocalypse are able to keep the zone for themselves and maybe even take the enemy flag.
They are defending like crazy. The Four Knights of the Apocalypse are now doing an amazing job here, trying to keep that zone green, trying to not let any purple win. Kilo Tacticooler coming out, fighting against the Booyah and the Bubbler, but luckily for that Booyah user, the Bubbler was there. Decaf coming in with a big splat. The heavy edit and the 52 are down. Now picking up the Tacticooler. They are hungry for more. You see the Tetras going down as well. The S-Blast on the side of the fort is down. Oh, look at that Onion with that 180. Big moment here for the Four Knights.
Yes, and Blanks have to find a way in. They already pushed all the way to 20, so they have to take this opportunity and go in. They have 3 specials ready, so if they pull it off correctly, they should get the zone. The restart is coming out, but it's not enough to keep the zone on its own. And this should be the KO for Four Knights of Apocalypse, and they make their way into the next round of this tournament.
Did it just repeat game 1? They straight up just repeated game 1. Straight up. KO, and I think, only 20 points were scored on the side of Blanks? They are cooking something. Like, they have comps where they are cooking something extreme.
I do have to say, I do like Barnacle Zones myself very much, but you have to know what you do on this map, because I feel like it is very locked-on heavy if you don't know how to use your specials to get back in. And we talked about it earlier, if you do not have any specials that help you as much, like a big bubbler or a killer whale, it's very difficult.
I will agree with you there. But special like that, well, we saw the big bubbler defend a Booyah Bomb user when they were falling down. So that was a very well placed bubbler, and also just denying entry for Blanks to push to the zone. So Four Knights of the Apocalypse in game 5 dominatingly takes the 5th game to victory to push themselves further to the bracket in the grand finals. Well, Blanks now sitting at spot number 2, but we still have a couple matches that we have to see. I think we are going on a small little break to get our next match ready, so don't go anywhere, because this spooky paddling pool is about to get a lot more scarier with the next couple matches coming up.
See you guys in a second.
king or some shit in another universe. And that deer has some powers. I'm doing this world a favor. Please, don't lock me up. I just saved the world, my thanks to 30 years to life. For that girl to be alive and me to miss my wife. Can't be in a cage, I'm on fire, was gonna die. I've got a growing boy to raise, I need a butterscotch pie. I'm a star, hide and see, I can only cry and moan. There'll be a friend inside of me. If I drop the fucking soap, I just wanna go home. Wish I hadn't got a stone, now I'm stuck behind bars while my wife is getting boned. K-Dot, I'll miss you. Go seal that dark fountain. Also, fuck Sans and his convenience store.
and welcome back to Betting Pool 343, the spooky Halloween edition. We are now in the losers semi-finals, so we have a lot of good games coming up. These are always the best of the best, and these teams have been sticking around for as long as I could have been in this tournament. Spooky Sitter against Big Title up top. A lot of Octopus talk between me and my co-host Manoli. In a little break, we are back for more Splatoon. Spooky Sinners, Clara, Chipat, Miono, and Rusty against Big Title up top, which is Nov24, Nerdy Adam, Neptuni, and Anon. I don't actually recognize a lot of these players. Maybe you do. I don't recognize a lot of them. Maybe I do recognize them. I just haven't seen them in a little bit.
Yeah, I do know a few of them, especially Anne and Clara and Sheep are people that I've played with and against in the past as well, but there are also some other names like Neptune and also Rusty that I've seen a couple of times.
Good to know. Good. Do you know what they still play? It's like do you know like the weapons and stuff?
So Cheap used to play a lot of Splash, Clara plays the Splatling, and Annan always plays Pencil, but also sometimes Edit, but I'm not too sure about the other players.
Well, then we have to wait and see. Looking at the map modes for this set, we're going to start it off on Rainmaker, Barnacle, and Dime. We saw a massive Splatzones game just now in the winners finals, and that absolutely snowballed to a victory for one team and an absolute disaster for the other. So hopefully the Rainmaker game will not be as snowbally, but only time will tell. Rainmaker on this map mode is always such a 50-50. Sometimes it goes incredibly fast, and sometimes it takes literally forever. This is the map pick of Big Title up top. So this team has picked this map mode to have their first go at. So let's see how these two teams are going to play. Looking at the lobby, you don't see this on stream, but I do. They are getting ready extremely quickly.
Yes, they know what they want to play. I do think that Rainmaker on Barnacle is a very unconventional map for competitive. As you said, it can be a 50-50, but if you know what you're doing, I do think you have a really great advantage here, because if you don't know how to get in at the start and not use your specials, the game can be over very quickly.
I think it does go for most Rainmaker maps. Scorch has this problem as well. Like you need to time your specials perfectly. I think this is a Rainmaker thing. It's definitely worse on other maps. This Barnacle and Dime, you do have some side entries, so you can go back in even if you don't have a lot of specials ready. But it's very, very risky. Well, maybe on Scorch, there is a big opening on the side if you manage to get out of your spawn. But we are about to go into game number 1. Loser semis are a best of 3 scenario, so no mistakes can be afforded. If you make one, you're not exactly out, but then it's gonna be very difficult. Loving that, because is it the heavy deco? It's the heavy. Oh man, I've seen it so long. Heavy deco on the side of one of these teams, and looking at the other side, we do have a a carbon roller as well. We saw Volti being an absolute menace on the thing at Octofest. So let's see if we're gonna get another menace carbon roller here. Nov going in deep, ignoring everyone just to go behind and trying to get some early game splats in here.
Scrap Tank is coming out, and the Carbon is going in pretty aggressively as well. It was 2 members down on the side of Spooky Spinner, so they should have a great opportunity to go in and get the checkpoint. It's 3 members down, a delayed wipeout as well. And now they're looking very great. After they broke through the checkpoint, they could get a very heavy push right here.
Ooh, Pencil popping the Rainmaker quickly. There's a Kraken on the Rainmaker though. The Pencil was not going all too far. Claire with a good Kraken usage does get splattered out. 3 players. A wipeout on the side of Spooky Sinners. Big Title up top is popping a Rainmaker and picking up again with the Pencil to push it towards the checkpoint. A little bit slower. They could have gotten a lot more points if someone else picked it up. I guess they wanted to have the Fissure 2 and Crab Tank available to fight.
Beautiful pick by the Stamper onto the Rainmaker as well. The Carbon Roller is still inside of the base. Do they see him? Yes, they take him out. Oh no, they don't take him out. Sorry.
52 popping the Rainmaker. Nerfy Adam is doing a lot of good work, getting splats left and right, popping the Rainmaker, painting that map, everything, and 52 is supposed to do. Rainmaker now in the head of Daphne does not find the pedestal, but is only 4 ticks away. Spooky Sinner effectively now having the KO, and they haven't even scored a single point yet.
Yes, the push to 4 within the first 1.5 minutes is very heavy, so Spooky Spinner have to play near perfect to get the lead here. Trap Tank is coming out, putting a little bit of pressure onto the enemy plate, actually finds a pick as well.
They're looking for a push opportunity, they're looking for an opening, but they just cannot seem to find one. Big Tidal up top doing a phenomenal job in getting splats, in getting the map controlled on their side, and forcing players into the positioning corners they don't want to be in. Now Clara is helping the Rainmaker push with the Kraken, but does not quite make it there because they're being pushed back. The Rainmaker is not being pushed quite forward because there's a lot of specials on the side of Big Tidal up top. They have the Crab Tank, they have to attack the Cooler. I believe Carbon has used the Zuka right now just as well. 2 players down though. Spooky Sinners can get attack mode here. They do and are still doing a lot of damage on the side of Big Tidal up top.
Beautiful pick here. As you said, checkpoint has been broken through and they are looking very good to maybe get the lead right here, but they don't have any specials ready, just the Kraken that has just been coming out.
Waiting for this jump towards the checkpoint. I saw everything went downhill for Big Tidal up top. They're still in there. 3 players down 4-8 though. As fast as Big Tidal up top scored points, so did Spooky Sinner. So does Will may say something about this match. Big Tidal up top is still in the lead though. And with a push like 4 points, it's such a huge advantage. The difference might not be that massive, but it's going to feel like it's that for sure. Might just be 4 points, but it's gonna feel like 100.
I was about to say Big Tidal up top have to play a bit more patient, a bit more slowly to not fall apart as quickly, but they managed to hold the lead for now at least. It's 1.5 more minutes left to play. They actually decide to drop it off here. They could stall the Rainmaker on the bottom left side. I mean, it's a Rainmaker free zone, but at least for the couple of seconds that they can hold it there or just be annoying on the enemy plat.
I do like the reset. I do really like the reset. It does buy you that time. They had 2 players down when they reset the Rainmaker too, so bottom on time. Trade with the Rainmaker, or Crab Tank at least, to get a refrag on that. So that's a pretty decent trade if you ask me. Big Tidal up top though, they do, like you said, have to play a little bit slower. They do have to manage their specials a little bit better because I've only really been hearing the Crab Tank and the Tactical being spawned on the map. Everything else just kind of gets splattered or is not really existent. So they do have some work to do here. They are still in the lead. They are still defending with their life. And Spooky Sinner is still not really progressing all too much. But we saw how snowbally Splatoon can get sometimes. The second they get 1 push in, that lead might just be swapped. And it might even be KO. 3 players down though on the side of Spooky Sinners. Big Tidal up top so far, having it in control.
Yeah, Big Tidal on top have been playing very confident with their weapons. They are going in, applying pressure. They know what they're doing. And now they just have to hold it for the last 30 seconds to secure their first victory.
They really want to get the first victory too. Splatling does get a splat on the Splash-O-Matic. Can they get a splat on the 52 and the pencil as well? No, it looks like they cannot. They're opting to go back. They're opting to stay safe. 52 does go down finally. The Rainmaker in there has the car, but also falls to the ground with only 7 seconds left to pop it, pick it up, and start pushing it. They will proc overtime with that pop. But now they have a 52 to fight against with the Rainmaker. They have a Splatling and a car brother that's pushing as well. They're going hyper aggressive to that Rainmaker. Nerdy Adam deciding whether to go in or not, deciding whether they want to dive. The option is not there anymore because they got splattered. Now Spooky Sinner, 1 chance to make it big. 2 players down, but I hear a Booyah Bomb coming in. Is that from the S-Blast? Yes, it is. Gets rid of the Splash-O-Matic too. But Spooky Sinner just struggling to find a way in there, slowly making their way forward with the Kraken. Everything might change, but no! The pencil from the side using their range to get a splat. Only 1, and 1 was enough to get the Rainmaker to the ground. 92 to 96. It is Big Tidal up top in a very, very close fight, winning game number 1.
I want to say, I'm not sure if the Rainmaker carrier healed enough to get taken out by 1 more shot off the pencil, but no, they didn't heal enough and got taken out by him, making this the first win for Big Tidal up top of this set.
What a game though. Both teams only really had 1 push. But
Yeah.
both pushes were phenomenal. 92 with 92 to 96, 8 and 4 points remaining. I mean, at that point, you basically have to, if you get the push there for a Rainmaker, you essentially have to KO as the opposing team. But that's exactly what Spooky Sinner did. We saw it on the replay right there. They just went as far as they possibly could. But I think jumping right there, that's such a risky move because you're so vulnerable, especially like fighting against weapons like the 52, like the pencil, like the Splashomatic. You're just so vulnerable to being damaged. There's no way you can move, there's no way you can shoot because it's a charge of the Rainmaker now. So Spooky Spinner, they have their work cut out for them. But I think they also have a big chance if they can win here, because this map, I believe, is their own pick. It is Splat Zones and Undertow Spillway. And look at how close game 1 was. Game 2 might as well just be this close.
Yeah, I do think that Big Title up top have a little bit of an advantage here with their Carbon Roller. I do think it's a great map for brushes and rollers in general. There also is a little trick that I feel like not many people know. If you hang yourself a little bit on the sides of mid, you can't see any trails of your ring. Like, there is no clear indicator that you are on that wall. You do slip down a little bit, but it's a great way of shorting out the enemies and getting like 1 or 2 splats.
I didn't know that. I'm gonna boot up Splatoon. I'm gonna pray it's Undertow Spillway, and I'm gonna try it. This will be how I get out of S rank finally, because I've been hard stuck in that rank since forever. I'm trying, dude. I'm not good. I'm not as good as I used to be. I'm 25 X ranks, I think the highest I've ever got, and I don't think I'm ever going to repeat that. That's why I'm on the mic. I'm not playing this game. Let's see what we're gonna get. I love that Stamper. I love that heavy splat thing. Seeing that something else with the pencil always lights up my heart. No changes on the side of Big Title up top though. They are confident because it just worked there, and it can work again on Splat Zones. Big early splat on the 52 though for Spooky Spinner, so they can push it forward a little bit if they take their time. They capture those zones and are pushing Big Title up top back.
Yes, Trampling is coming out, so they don't have the opportunity to go onto the enemy snipe area. Just the S-Plus is going down so far, and now they're fighting very heavily in mid. 52 gets taken out as well, and the zone goes back to Spooky Spinner.
Spooky Spinner is still in control, still in contention of pushing it forward. We do see Big Tide up top with the Carburetor wasted that Suka zone. Fortunate Stamper fighting against the 52 now opts to use the Buoy Bomb. A little bit of a safety protocol. I don't know what's really up with that. I don't really understand that Buoy Bomb specifically, but hey, it's working out for them because they're still in control and they're still pushing it forward.
Yes, and now we are entering the 30-point mark. Carbon is gonna look to get the pick here onto the enemy. It's 2 members down on the side of Spooky Spinner, 3 members down. So now Big Tile up top should be able to get the zone for the very first time. But the Buoy Bomb is coming out that might prevent them, but Nizuki gets the pick onto the Buoy Bomb. And now Big Tile up top get the first points on the board.
Let's see how long they can hold it for though, because 25 is quite a big push, or quite a lead coming from Spooky Spinner. They have 2 players down, a Big Tide up top, only lost 1. They're doing a decent job here in the defense. They're just slowly painting it forward bit by bit, trying to get some specials in and trying to prevent Spooky Spinner from going in. I do see the Stamper going on the side though, forced to jump out against the Crab Tank. That's not something you want to fight at the Stamper. The Stamper now, look at the Carburetor, who opts to go back. S-Plus, look at the bottom screen, going down. Spooky Spinner, that lead is getting oh so smaller, and they only have a Tacticooler ready. Buoy Bomb now ready as well. They have to throw it quickly because the lead's about to swap here.
Yes, the Splatling is looking to paint the zone. Oh, and they actually decide to cap the zone as well. Pencil has to jump out, and it's 2 members down on the side of Big Title up top, but they had a very great push all the way from 100 down to 27.
The fact that they didn't lose the lead there is actually crazy. Spooky Spinner in the nick of time getting the zones back into control. They waited for the perfect opportunity and they found it just in time. Now, can they hold it again? Because I think Big Ted on top is hungry for the second push, and getting rid of the Stamper is the first step in doing so. Wavebreaker coming out for Spooky Spinner to do some damage, to defend a little bit, but I don't think it's going to help that much against a big old Crab Tank coming there. We do see 1 player going down to the Crab Tank, and that's the heavy Splatling, and everyone is being forced back. Stamper falls down as well, allowing Big Tide up top to capture that zone and capture the other zone to push it forward again. But now the question is, how long can they hold it for? Spooky Spinner is fast, is dirty. They have some tricks up their sleeve in this map. I like how both teams are winning each other's picks.
What a trade that was with the Burst Bomb against the Pencil. Big Tide up top definitely know how to position themselves and know how they jump out and when they should jump out. The Carbon has been doing a very great job. Splatling gets taken out, but it's 1 member down on both sides.
2 players down now for Big Tide up top. Spooky Spinner is doing a decent job again here. I like how both of the teams are fighting it out back and forth, duking it out here on the battlefield, especially in the middle part of it. It's such a war zone in there. Everything is being thrown out left and right, and neither team is really able to get a big advantage over the other, which I love to see. Back and forth Splatoon is the best of the best here, and these two teams are delivering it fantastically. But I think Spooky Spinner is about to get some trouble because Big Tide on top is preparing a humongous push. They get rid of 2, they get rid of 3. Just a heavy splatting alive, and I don't think they can do much more. It's a Carbon Roller, a delayed Y. Big Tide up top was cooking, and they served.
Now they have to look that the Carbon Roller can set himself up, but they get taken out. At least the trade against the S-Class Blue Bomb is being thrown onto this type, and they don't have much more penalty points left. So this could be a lead swap if they don't get taken out within a few seconds.
They have to get rid of the heavy though. That now is Wave Breaker on the field, is looking to throw a Sprinkler down there as well. Zones back into control of Spooky Spinner.
Oh,
this is something Big Tidal is struggling with right now. They're keeping those zones. They're getting rid of the penalty, but not enough. Spooky Spinner keeps getting that penalty up time and time again. 3 players up for Big Tidal up top. When the second Splashmatic respawns, they have to push in. But as I say that, the pencil goes down without a Tacticooler on the field. Only 10 seconds remaining, and they only have 1 zone neutralized. They have to capture the other zone fast. Will they do that with a Booyah Bomb? Making it a little bit difficult. No, 2 players fall. I don't think they will be able to capture those zones. Everyone is painting, and Spooky Spinner, with yet again another super tiny lead, takes game number 2. We are going in for a best of 3 in the losers finals. Or, sorry, I should say semis. In the losers semis.
Yes, in the semis.
I am still tired from Octofest.
But so far, this is 2 out of 2 for the last game of the set. So it's been very close between the teams that we've seen so far, and I do like it.
It's great. These 2 sets have been these 2 games have been phenomenal, and are really showing the strength of these 2 teams. I like how they're going back and forth. I like how none of them is able to get a dominant edge on the other. They're always finding a way back in. They're always finding a way to retaliate, and everything that's being shouted at them is responded properly. They're always finding a solution to the problem that these 2 are facing from each other, and this will allow us to go to game number 3. Clam Blitz on Umami Ruins. This might just be a tad bit more difficult for Big Tidal up top because Spooky Spinner has a bit of a more aggressive comp, and Umami Ruins and Clam Blitz definitely favor those a little bit more. So I think we're going to see some changes on Big Tidal up top to up a composition here.
Yes, usually we do see Umami being played on zones, but also sometimes on Clam Blitz. And what I wanted to add, I do feel like it feels so much more rewarding if you win the set this closely. So let's see who gets the win for game 3 and makes their way into the finals.
No effective changes coming out on the side of Spooky Spinner. No effective changes on the side of Big Tidal up top though. So they're keeping their cool, they're keeping their confidence, and they are very much ready for the weapons they are about to play. I love this little switch from the order splat link to the regular splat link. Clara, I did notice that. It's not a different weapon, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Carbon Roller looking to find a pick here on the right side. They don't get the pick quite here. 52 gets taken out, but they are rushing in and get taken out as well. So it's just the Penta and the Crab Tank left alive, and Spooky Spinner have an opportunity to get back in here.
None of them have really dominant control of the map though, and for Clamlet it is important to get map control on your side. Spooky Spinner now doing a lot of painting on the map, pushing players from Big Tide up top back, forcing them back into the spot. 52 got splattered, Booyah Bomb comes out, big Booyah Bomb on that pencil. They did not expect that, and because of that they can go in, open that basket, and they have a lot of clams following up, instantly pushing it to 59, 56 even. Booyah Bomb in the base as well, Tacticoolers out in the field as well. Everything just to extend that push. 3 players down on the side of Big Tidal up top, and the basket still open for Spooky Spinners.
Yes, they are getting a lot of points on the board, and they are looking to hold the basket open as well. Big Tidal up top have to find a way back in to prevent them from scoring even more and making the damage even worse.
That basket still open. Clams are still being thrown in. A lot of risk being taken for Spinners to play this aggressively, but it's paying off right now. And Big Tide up top failing to answer the question they're being thrown in right now. 2 players down. But Chatgo still goes in to get 3 more clams into the basket. Come on, can they get 2 in? No! It's just 2 more clams into KO. But the first push only 100 to 5. only 2 more clams to KO and Big Tidal up top. They have a huge mountain to climb.
They have to play perfectly now. They are not allowed to make any more mistakes, or not any big mistakes, I should say, because it's just 3 more minutes left to play.
3 more minutes of pain, 3 more minutes of suffering if they don't play their cards right. And like you said, they have to play it perfectly, but losing 2 players, 3 players even, is not the way. Only the pencil's alive. I don't know how close they're to the special. I reckon it's not too far away. Fizz2 goes down again, but no, the pencil before they could use the special again. Falling down, and look at the coordination of Cookie Spinners. Look at the choreography of creating that power climb at the basket, not revealing your position until it's absolutely necessary. And with that second push, being able to KO from 2 teams fighting it out on an even battleground. The Spooky Spinners, a more aggressive composition, netting them the win. We have a new team for the losers finals, as we have to say goodbye to Big Tidal up top.
Yes, next up we're gonna have Blanks against Spooky Spinners. So we're actually gonna see them playing once again against the team that we've seen compete last set.
I am very surprised how that last game went.
Yes.
Spooky Spinner, like these 2 teams were so close to each other. They were so well matched. They were very much fighting back and forth. I was talking about that. They were so neck and neck with each other. They were literally breathing down each other's throats. But somehow Spooky Spinner just found a way to circumstance that and just straight up go for 2 pushes, 100-0 effectively, as no points were scored on the board for Big Tidal. And a glamorous game like that, that's gotta hurt. Especially this far in the tournament, just getting knocked out like that, it's a bit crazy work.
Yeah, I feel like the range might have been an issue for Big Tidal up top, because they had
yeah.
2 shooters, a pencil and a carbon roller, and at the start they played a bit more aggressive and actually made their way in. But after they got locked out, it was so difficult because they had nothing against the slapping, nothing against the Stamper. Stamper has so much range, it's actually insane.
You always surprise me when I'm playing against a Stamper. It's just, I figured like, oh, I can easily take him, and then suddenly he just whips out double the range that I expect him to have. And I think I think Spooky Spinner just played that perfectly. They had a very well put strategy there, but also in Clements, their choreography, the way they pushed in together. A lot of clams at it already, made the power clam at the basket when they had the time and opportunity to do so, throw it in, and then suddenly having 10 more clams to go in the basket was insane. And Big Tidal top just didn't have an answer to that playstyle. They did not find a way to stop the big push from happening, because the second they got in, Spooky Spinner had a big push. They either went in with a big push or they did not go in at all.
Yes. But now, as I said, we do have Blanks against Spooky Spinner coming up, so we do see them compete even more. It's going to take a little while before we can hop into the first game, but that's not a big issue at all.
I think we'll be going on a short break for this one. Grab yourselves some drinks, some snacks, because we're about to go into the losers semi, or the losers finals even.
Yes.
Like I said, Blank versus Spooky Spinner. 2 victorious teams, both fighting for this win too. So let's see how it is going to go. We are going on a sprawl break, so tune in a minute.
See you guys.
welcome back to Betting Pool 343. It's getting scarier and scarier and scarier the later we get into this tournament. We saw a 3 or 2-1 just now, best of 3 into game number 3, where two teams are fighting it out very neck and neck until Spooky Spinner decided, no, we're gonna win. And now, losers finals are here. Blanks is the team that wants to return to the winner's side of the bracket, while Spooky Spinner, fighting through and through the losers bracket, also wants to have a shot at that spot, but they still have to face each other, and only one will continue. Rainmaker on Museum Delfino is the map we are going to start it on, and let's see how these two teams are going to survive. Whilst we are here, we just saw Neptune, who was streaming a tournament, rated us with 5 viewers. Thank you so much. But here on Dapple Productions, we have Battling Pools, losers, finalists coming up here. Let's see how they're going to duke it out. Loving the weapon we see already. Explosion Medic and a heavy deco on the side of Blanks. And a regularly heavy and Dapple Dualies, Dapple Production of course, on the side of Spooky Spinner.
Yes, I personally really enjoy watching Museum Rainmaker, and we do see this push coming out again from Yushi. It's 2 members down already on the side of Spooky Spinner. They actually make it all the way to the checkpoint and should get a lot of points here.
Do get a fairly decent amount of points. Let's see if they can push a little bit further. They are hungry. They are hungry for this kill. Kraken is coming out. Can it help them? Big splat by the Rainmaker, but unfortunately they get refragged as soon as they get the splat. A lot of splats coming out on the side of Spooky Spinner as they got 3 players down onto the Blanks. Looking at the 4th one, they do have an effective delayed wipe. Very well done. Getting out of their base, and now it is their turn to push the Rainmaker.
I was about to say, if they play fast enough, they might even be able to get the checkpoint, but it doesn't look like it so far. But now they're not able to. What?
Oh, so close, yet so far away. Multi going in deep. Pick up the Rainmaker, getting it out of the base. Wipeout on the side of Blanks, though. But Spooky Spinner now having to return all the way around and getting the Rainmaker on the checkpoint. They do make it, though. Nobody from Blanks is close enough to get to the Rainmaker. But still, a little bit extra time will always help, especially after a wipeout.
Rusty beautifully positioned himself onto the grates, but actually dropped down on accident. I feel like Rainmaker's looking all the way on the top. Dragon following him and takes him out as well.
Ooh, they're not quite close to the lead yet. 41 to 49. It always looks so close, but sometimes a Rainmaker, it just feels so far away. Reese holding onto the Rainmaker, trying to get it as far away as they can. They're opting to get it near the checkpoint, while 2 players from Blanks or from Spooky Spinner are going to prevent any more pushing from that player. It was a solo push just to get it in a Rainmaker, just to stall and get a little bit more time out of them. The 52 just respawn. Dapple do go down on the side of Spooky Spinner. So does the heavy splatling. Only 2 players alive. To do have a Booyah Meta ready from Rusty. They have to use it quickly in order to get some more damage done. A lot of players down onto the Blanks Dominoli as Spooky Spinner is going in for a major push right now.
Yes, they could potentially get the lead right here in combination with the Booyah Bombs going in. They're going in and get the lead all the way to 26.
That Kraken chase looked oh so close, but not yet enough. Lead swap here. Spooky Spinner now dominating this game. Reese has the Rainmaker. They're going in fast. Luckily, there was a stamper there. They can breathe a little bit. 2 players down on the side of Blanks again. But these pushes are just straight up dive, man. Both of the teams are playing a dive composition here.
Yes, both teams actually got the checkpoint after about a minute, I would say. So it's looking to push him very heavily. Beautiful pick by the Kraken.
Big pop from Blanks. I don't think it's going to do all too much, so they are trying to push forward. They have to take out some players of Spooky Spinner, though. They do lost their Spoosh-O-Matic, and that's going to sting because that hammer is a very useful special to push in with. They lost the 52 as well. Ooh, heavy splitting with the Rainmakers down and a wipeout now. Spooky Spinner is having this situation under lock and key. It's in control in their favor, and now the Blanks has to play their game in this Museum Delfino game.
Yes, I wanted to say Blanks finally had the opportunity to capture mid, but then they got taken out one after another to the wipeout eventually, and it's just 1.5 more minutes left to play. Spooky Spinner, in theory, could just stall the Rainmaker. I mean, there is that one spot on the right side where you can go up with a Squid Surge, and the opponents have a very difficult time to get the Rainmaker back into their hands.
I think that's exactly what Spooky Spinner is trying to do. They just lost 2 players. Blanks had a golden opportunity, but they only had 2 alive themselves. Unfortunately, the Rainmaker is in a good spot for Blanks, though. And Rusty got splattered there. There is a Toxic Mist on the Rainmaker. Devil cannot pick it up. Tactical Cooler is on it to help mitigate it a little bit. It will be enough. Rainmaker being picked up. It's just pushing it on there. Oh, nobody there to help them. Why? What was that push?
Yes, but they still have 2 members standing strong. They keep jumping in. Oh my god, that's a wipe!
They're gonna wipe, but the Rainmaker fell down. There's no way for them to get it back up other than running all the way around again. Blanks, playing a little bit rusty. It's a little messy right there. This might be their chance though. They got rid of the Stamper. Rusty got rid of the End-Up. Doesn't really matter that much though, because all they really need is one well-timed special. One well-timed hammer to go in. Hammer does go out, but misses Rusty, who ends up splatting the Rainmaker.
Yes, they do get the pop. They have 10 more seconds left to play. It's 2 members down on both sides. They have to grab it now. Play very patiently, not go in as fast, but they get
No! Play very patiently. We can't do that with a heavy splatling on the field whose only target is you. I don't think the Rainmaker expected that, but Spooky Spinners with a nice lead swap takes game number 1.
What a game, man. They have been so close since we started casting today.
Everything so far is insane. I don't know what's going on today with Paddling Pool, but I'm telling you, Manoli, maybe it's you, because usually these tournaments are not this close.
I mean, maybe it's me, maybe it's Octofest. I do feel like a lot of people have been getting the taste on their tongues that they want to play the game again, that they want to grind with their teams and win it all. And you definitely see it today. Those teams are fighting for their wins.
Oh, absolutely. I think Octofest helped a ton. It definitely motivated me. I literally picked up the game yesterday and the day after, which is super surprising because I usually don't really do that. All too much in my personal time. I played some Selma Run. I played Dualies. I was looking at the web like, okay, what can I pick up? Which is actually sort of decent at. I picked the Dualies with the Bubbler because, hey, it looked a little bit easy. And let's just say my aim is not there anymore. I'm really bad.
Yeah, let's play a little bit then. Let's get back your aim.
I should get back in. I should get back in. I'm a hard stuck S right now. Looking at these players is always so motivating. I was trying to pick up something here and there, but Spooky Spinner just had this game in the second half very much in their possession. Blanks, I'm gonna be honest, they played a bit messy. They had their moments, sure, but I don't think it was that great. Also, Halloween jump scare. I'm actually zooming in now because it's funny. Boo.
Yes, and now we do have Scorch Gulch Clam Blitz. I really enjoy watching this map, no matter if it's in Rainmaker or in Clam Blitz. We do not see the biggest changes. I feel like we do see the Sparkling come out once again, but this time the Stamper with the Zipcaster.
Dude, I love the Splatling so much. I want to chat it as well. I'm so bored of only seeing the pencils out there that seeing a lot of Splatlings makes me extremely happy. And now with the heavy edit and a regular heavy coming in, it's a very equal battleground, but still super vastly different. 2 players down on the side of Blanks. Spooky Spinner is looking to get that opening push again. This is what they did against the previous team as well. Making a power clam on the basket, opening it and then scoring some more points in there. Only this time they open it to only score 2 points. Following a look at those are in their base, it is Reese and Devil.
Those players are playing so fast, constantly jumping in. 2 players are already on the enemy side of Spooky Spinner, taking him out as well, but they're not able to get the power clam.
Nobody is picking up the pity clam. They're finally picking it up, jumping in. Are they close enough? No, they are not. Multi does get it in though. Can they find a follow-up? Devil has a lot of clams already. They found 3. They found 4. 68. And now Hubana also there with a couple clams, but they have to get him to the basket. Tactical is out on the field as well. They're throwing him into 62, 59, but I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of follow-up there anymore. Reese has a lot of clams there. One of them a power clam, and they're opting to slow them in to score more points. Blank suddenly with a tone. With a shift of tone going from the loser side towards the winners. 38 their current score. They have a couple clams at the ready. With 2 players down, I don't think Spook's going to go that much further. Very well done and a beautiful split by Devil to boot with that.
Yes, Devil did an amazing job holding the basket open in combination with his splash wall, which just allowed him to get back in a little bit more and score more points on the board. But now Spooky Spinner are already back in mid, looking to find some more points, but it's 2 members down already.
2 members down for Blanks. Spooky Spinner is ready. They're grinding the push. They don't have the clams, unfortunately. They do have a power clam on the pity clam, but that's about all they have. They have nothing to push into the base of Blanks. They have nothing to follow up a major push. They have a lot of clams ready now. There's a Zipcaster going in from that Stamper, looking at that heavy edit, looking at that Splat Junior, but could not connect to both of them. 3 players down instead of Spooky Spinners. Blanks doing a phenomenal job holding out for middle here. Clara opts to make a power clam just so they can push in a second. That team respawns, but how much would matter though is now there's a big bubbler on their basket, and Blanks opened that basket and is looking to score even more points with Devil!
Beautiful power clam here thrown by Devil. I was about to say the big bubbler gets shredded immediately and it gets taken out as well. Oh no! They fell off the map!
That's actually very, very unfortunate for that player. Blanks still dominating. They're patiently waiting for another opening. Ooh, that wave pick gonna suck for the Dapple though. Or the Tetra as they somehow dodge one and find a trade with that Splatling, which is actually very favorable because the Dapple or the Tetra duties had their tactical active, so they don't really lose all too much. Heavy lost everything. Blanks losing 2 players now. They have a power clam at the ready, but so does Spooky Spinner. Effectively, they have a tactical there too. Booyah Bomb to help open that push. Will it be enough as Reese was in a big bubbler? Throws up some splat bombs to stop the spam, and with that, 3 players go down. Spooky Spinner had an opening, and then they lost it as well.
Yes, Blanks getting a lot of clams on their own, looking to score once again. They actually opened the basket. No more penalty points left, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to score more points.
Ooh, how many more points will they get onto the board though? It's still at 29. They got rid of most of the penalty, only the 10 now for having no extra points scored. If you don't know Clemens, you get half your points you scored back as penalty points rounded up, I believe. So it can be a little, nasty sometimes. Oh, the Booyah Bomb is huge! Zipcaster going in the base as well. Rusty now picking up the power clamp to open the basket. They don't have a lot of penalties. They score a lot of points here. We do see no power going in. And we can get a third one if they get lucky. They get fast. 41 the current score for Spooky Spinner as they only have a couple more clamps needed to get another push going. Look at that. Power clamp going in to swap the lead to 12. And suddenly this game was losing. And now it's winning. They only need 2 more clamps. Cheap find the clamps. But can he get it to the basket? The question is a heavy in the way. They have to get through them. They got 1 and they got 2. And somehow, looking like a losing fest, they KO'd.
What a comeback. Beautifully done. They had a push around 72, I believe it was. They had a Booyah Bomb. They got 2 with the Booyah Bomb, then the third with the Zipcaster as well. And they were able to hold it down and actually get the KO as well, securing them the second win of the set, making this a match point already.
I did not expect that push. I really want to look back at that because they were not in a comfortable position with that lead. We had a very big 29 lead from Blanks. And then somehow, I want to look at what happened there because they opened that basket and then suddenly they just had everything going right for them. They suddenly had the splats, they had the clamps well positioned, they held onto a lot of them as well, and then they had 3 power clamps back to back going in that basket. That following up was a little bit unfortunate, but that sometimes does happen. Here we see that opening where they had 2 players down in 1052. There goes that heavy Splatling throwing the power clamp towards the teammate Rusty so that the heavy Splatling can do a lot of painting power, and that helped a ton. Big, really smart plays there coming out from Spooky Spinner, and suddenly they are now indeed in match point status while Blanks has yet to win a game here.
Yes, next up we're gonna have Splat Zones on Wahoo World. It is a map that we've seen a couple of times even while I was commentating for Paddling Pool. It is a map that I don't play that often myself, and I do not enjoy playing myself as well. But let's see if any of those teams decide to make any major changes to their compositions on the first side. We don't see any changes. They do feel confident on their weapons, but Blanks don't make any changes as well.
The later you go to this tournament, I don't think you should make that many swaps. You don't really need to take the risks anymore. Now, consistency is the key to victory. And Spooky Spinners so far have been fairly consistent in getting major big point pushes in, whilst Blanks is very consistent in opening the push to start his first couple points. Big bubbler coming out from Blanks actually.
Oh.
They helped them get zone control, but now they lost 2 players and they're losing a third. Yes,
Oh
to do
my
this, and their
God.
Devil's going down, and only Reese alive. And if they go down, it's an effective wipeout, and there it is, a delayed wipe for Spooky Spinners. They get that zone in their control and also get a ton of paint on the board.
Yes, as you said, they do get a lot of map control. Ends up gets taken out though, and over the plat they're looking to get back in. Cooler is coming out as well. Zipcaster as well. Are they able to find a pick? No, they actually get taken out.
Reef Slider coming into the zone a little late from Hoopna. Doesn't really matter that much as the zone has been captured anyway. 2 players down on the side of Spooky Spinners. Tetra did go in deep, got a couple splats, and then got traded in the process. The Junior does fall down as well. Ooh, looking at Devil, it's not really a position where you want to be at. Fighting an S-Blast like that. Gets a decent wall up though to help prevent him to take some damage. Booyah Bomb! Not painting the zone at all. Wayfaker coming out. Both teams are fighting for their lives to get something on the board here, but it looks like Blanks is holding down the fort. They are locking in firm, and this zone right now is not going anywhere.
Yes, Zipcaster is coming out, but it's 1 member down already on the side of Spooky Spinner. Are they able to find a pick? It doesn't look like it, and they're pushing very heavily now with the big bubble. We are entering single digits in a second. Are they able to get in the zone? Yes, they are. Can they cap it though?
No, they cannot get it, unfortunately. A lot of purple paint on the board here. It's 8-61, and if Blanks gets to get this score more points zone finally in the hands of Spooky Spinners. We can all breathe a sigh of relief as this game is not yet over, and Spooky Spinner, with not a whole lot of penalty left, is looking to score big points here.
Yes, and now Spooky Spinner have to see that they get a lot of map control. Can they get the pick? No, they not onto Devil.
That's unfortunate. That cost them the zone. They needed to get that splat, and unfortunately, they could not connect. That's the downside of Blast. If you miss once up close, it usually is game over and you got splatted, and that's exactly what that 52 of Devil did. Multi going in deep into the base, wreaking havoc, and making sure that Spooky Spinner have to shift their attention towards that flanking Tetra over there, because suddenly that's a very terrifying weapon. Wave Slider was nice to get everyone off the board, but unfortunately I don't think it did the damage it really needed to do.
Yes, they really need to get at least 1 or even 2 picks, but Blanks are holding it down. They're holding together. They almost have no more penalty points left, and it's 2 members down, 3 members down on the side of Spooky Spinner, and that's a delayed wipeout, securing them the much needed first win of the set.
Took them a little bit. It's also a little bit scary now because it's still match point status for Spooky Spinner, but I think this one will hurt Spooky Spinner a little bit because Blanks, with finally a victory in this game, looking sharp, looking fierce, and I don't think they made that many mistakes here. They did a phenomenal job on the attack and the defense here, and the retakes were strong and fast as well. But the first push to 8 is what we need to talk about, because the second they held onto that zone, the second they finally got a firm grasp on it, they somehow pushed it all the way down to 8. It took them a little bit in there to get that from 8 to KO, but it was a very, very strong, and from that point on, dominant game for Blanks.
Yes, I do feel like Blanks have been playing on this map so many times that they just know what they are doing. I've seen them so many times. I even casted them so many times on this map. So I feel like they had an advantage. But now we're gonna move on to tower control on Hagglefish.
I find this. I think my camera died again. I'm
Yes.
frozen. I am frozen in place. That's how scary I am. I don't even have time to talk about the game. These guys are so fast with their weapon picks. I don't know what's going on. These guys, they don't give us time to speak.
Yes, they know what they're doing.
They are locked in.
Yes, and the Hydra Splitling is coming out once again. We've seen that composition in the second to last set, I do believe, with the 2 big bubblers. I mean, it can be very good, especially on tower control. It can be annoying to get back onto the tower, and they immediately pop the first big bubbler on the tower already. It's 3 members down on the side of Spooky Spinner, what?
Well, to be fair, it didn't really work out that well for them on Plat Zone, so hopefully on or on tower control, it will work out a little bit better, but only time will tell as these two teams are duking it out. Blanks is doing a good job on the tower though, really getting rid of checkpoint 1 and also looking to get rid of checkpoint 2 straight away.
Yes, did you see the first big bundle from the junior, then from the Hydra splatting, and now again from the junior, which made them push all the way to 33 within the first 50 seconds of the game.
Slowing it down a little bit. Spooky Spinner is now in control of the tower. They're now pushing it to mid. They're now waiting for an opening, but no, a wipeout. They had everything going to get it in the middle. They had tons of specials ready too, but blanks. They know how to play this game. They've been in battling pool in this position quite a few times. They usually always score high in the battling pool, and I don't think they want to take anything more than second for granted. So they know how to take a fight back, pushing it down to 33 and beyond. They're still on the tower, slowly but surely pushing it forward. Reese doing a very good job staying alive and also being an absolute menace on the tower. Rusty got splattered and I think it's Stampede thought, oh, we can go in, but no! Finally got rid of Reese, but man, what a push.
Yeah, but I do feel like Blanks are playing a lot around their big bubbles. They're not taking as many fights, just if they need to, and then they decide to get a whole ton of points just with their big bubblers.
Let's see, I see Hauptna on the side. No!
Yeah, oh no!
Oh, they got a disconnect. And with a score of 33. There is no replay. I think multi ends the battle. I don't know if they replay or not, but oh, I don't think they can replay because of the time already had elapsed and the score. I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't know. I'm not all too informed on the replay rules on Battling Pool. But what an unfortunate disconnect happened there. That would have been a very good game for Blanks as well, but losing the Hydra, that's gotta hurt, especially that late into the game.
Yeah, the thing is, I saw him stand there in the corner, right? And he didn't take any damage and was like, is he disconnecting? And then he just poofed away. But if I am not mistaken, did Spooky Spinner push below 50? No, right? Because if it was just blanks, then it should be fine for a replay.
I don't think Spooky Spinner pushed to 50. Blanks pushed it to 33 though, but I don't know if that really matters all too much.
It doesn't, because it looks like they actually are going to do the replay. It just if the enemy team pushed below 50 or the timer was below 2.5 minutes, then you can't do a replay. But since it was your own team that pushed below 50, it's fine. So we're gonna go back into the game. I mean, Spooky Spinner get a second chance at like making the best play or the better play in the beginning or throughout the match. It is unfortunate for Blanks that they had to disconnect, that they had the good push, but maybe they are able to redeem themselves once more.
Well, we know Blanks. They pushed all the way to 33 and are looking to do the thing again. But Spooky Spinner now, knowing how Blanks plays out of this game, is looking for a way to prevent that early bubbler on the tower for Blanks as they are opening this game again with a push straight going towards that first checkpoint. This time only able to make it all the way to 85 as 3 players go down. And now Spooky Spinner have control of the map. The Hydra does stay alive with a big bubbler to prevent the tower from going that much further. But the big bubbler is shredded straight away. But it doesn't matter as 2 players for Spooky Spinner do fall to the ground.
Yes, and now Blanksy are looking to push in very heavily. They do have their first big bubbler ready. Looking to get the second. Booyah Bomb is coming out, but doesn't get a pick actually.
That Booyah, I think, needed a pick in order to stop the tower from being pushed forward. Now, Bug Bubbler's on the tower, and the second this one is gone, another will pop up right there. Ansem does go down. I don't think that's Tacticula out of the field. Doesn't really matter though. I don't know. Reese is coming out, but no! The Hydras go down, the Big Bubbler is still on the tower. Reese found a way to survive it again, being an absolute menace on that thing. That's what they did last game, and they're looking to do the same thing here again. The heavy from Spooky Spinner going around the tower, trying to do some damage. Got splattered in the process, but 3 players do go down. I believe a delayed wipe on the side of Blanks here. But again, a 31 push. It's like a repeat of before the replay, which I think is nice. I think it's nice because now we are on the same level as we were before the disconnect.
Yes, definitely well deserved to get even 2 extra points on the board after having a disconnect on your own, giving the enemies another shot at this game. But now Spooky Spinners are able to get the first points on the board for themselves and are making their way to the first checkpoint.
The Booyah Bomb helps securing the first checkpoint too. They're looking at Devil. They want to get rid of that player. Same with the Heavy, with the Hydra splitting, but the Booyah Bomb does not connect to anyone. Tacticooler goes out on the map right now. So does the Wavebreaker. Rusty now trying to charge the Booyah Bomb as fast as they can. Being very aggressive. Big Bubbler stops that blaster though. Does get a goose split on the Hydra. Now having to fight 3 players at the same time in an F-Blast. Don't think it's gonna happen. Ultimate 38 is their current score. They have a couple players down on the side of Blanks though. The tower's not too far from the lead, Manoli. It might just swap here.
Yes, but it's just 2 more members left on the tower. Can they possibly throw a Great Bomb or find the picks in time to prevent them from getting the lead? Yes, they can!
Ooh, 2 points remaining. Wipeout on the side of Spooky Spinner. This is super close to watch, but Blanks is still the leading team. They have a Tacticooler that got destroyed by the tower, unfortunately. I do think everyone did pick it up though. Let's see if Blanks can extend that lead. Looking at how close 33 to 31 is, I do reckon they want to make that lead a little bit bigger.
Yes, but Blanks do have both of their big bubbles ready. Both of them got used. Now they're entering the second checkpoint. The Booyah Bomb is coming up. Beautiful jump out here, but it doesn't look like they're gonna be able to make through their way this second checkpoint.
Let's see if they can push it further though. They can get their way to the second checkpoint and they just broke through it. But even just breaking through it is already big because that's not a hurdle for later anymore. They do lose a couple players though. Spooky Spinner having some work cut out for them. They have to find a way to get through the second checkpoint. Blanks has so many defensive capabilities. They have so many bubblers and Booyah Bomb or bubbles and killables coming their way. Their comp is risky and splat zones, but it's definitely highly effective on tower control.
Yes, 52 is going in, gets the second pick as well, and maybe the third as well. No, he doesn't, but the Stamper gets taken out anyway. And it's 2 members down on the side of Spooky Spirit. They have 1 more minute left to play, 1 more minute to get the lead into their hands to secure this set, or else we're gonna go into a game 5 once again.
I don't think they really want to have that game 5 right now. They want to get as fast as they can, Spooky Spinner. But looking at how Blanks is playing, this game 5 might actually happen there because all those bubbles in the tower, it's just difficult to get something done around that area. Junior gets splatted mid-jump. The Stamper doing a crazy good job. Multi does get the refrag though. But looking at now, the middle is an absolute war zone again, time and time again. This middle of Hagglefish Market is such a playground for players to fight on, to duke it out on. They get paint on the board, specials as well. I have seen literally everything, and Blank versus Spooky Spinner is not disappointing on that front.
Yes, and Blanks actually decide to push in once more now that they have both of their big bubblers ready. The second one is coming out. It's just Yushi and Hopna left on the tower. Are they able to hold it down for the last few seconds?
Yes, they can, but now Manoli, overtime is procced. They have a checkpoint to go through, which is a terrifying thing to do. Fighting a Junior and a Hydra. Ends up goes down early actually, so no Tacticooler on the side of Spooky Spinner, but the Heavy goes down as well. Bombs everything on the tower. So many splats, another bomb. Reeds with 2 splat bombs in a row. Takes out 2 players. And Bomb Spam wins again. Another game 5 on Paddling Pool. What is going on?
I mean, we've been talking about it. I wanted to say Blanks do not have the best specials to get onto the tower now, but they somehow managed to push through and secure the second win to make it a game 5 once more.
I am extremely, extremely impressed with how these teams are playing, with all the stuff they are throwing at each other. I am impressed at the bomb spam, the specials, the teamwork that is going on here. I don't know what's happening with Paddling Pool, but suddenly after Octofest, it is a war zone here on the battlefield.
It definitely is. And next up, we do have Rainmaker on Undertow, and we've seen Yushi compete on this map at Octofest as well. He's probably gonna pick out his sploosh once more with the Object Shredder as well. Maybe this time he doesn't go in as aggressive, but we're gonna see that just in a couple of minutes.
Oh, I love the way these two teams plays. I love everything about this set. I love how they're just not giving up, fighting through and through until the very, very end. And the map like Undertow Spillway is definitely a map to challenge your skill on. It can be extremely snowbally, but sometimes it can also last literally forever. And let's just see. I see game ready on my screen. I think we're just about to swap into this game. Will there be any major team composition changes, or will they remain the same? I don't reckon a whole lot is going to change, as these two teams are already strong and confident, and switching it now is just taking a bigger risk. Plush does come out though, so that he ends up, so they are a bit more confident with the weapon, and for a map mode like this, it makes perfect sense.
Yes, we can't forget the winner of this game is gonna make their way into Grand Final. So of course, both of the teams want to secure the win and push through. They're going in very aggressively, already picking up the Rainmaker. So they decide to play rather fast. It's 2 members down on the side of Spooky Spinner. Oh!
Early double splat on the side of Blank. Spooky Spinner. Spooky Spinner. No, wait. It's Blanks. No, sorry. Blanks is actually doing a good job here. I'm sorry.
Yes, already able to secure the checkpoint within the last 35 seconds is an insane job. Yushi has his hammer ready, looking for a play on the left-hand side.
Blanks, though, pushing it to 60. Spooky Spinner not able to have a response right now. They get the Rainmaker out back into the middle with a reset, but I don't think they're going to go that much further in. Cheap does go into the Rainmaker that ends up fighting. Reese, right now, Reese is drawing as fast as they can. A lot of 50 on the Sploosh. They're looking to get more lead there. They're extending it to 47. Nobody was there to stop that Rainmaker. Only after the checkpoint they found a way. That Stamper now fighting against the Heavy. Get rid of the Heavy. There's someone else coming in, but Multi stopped by a ledge. The Tetra Dualies could not pick up the Rainmaker, and as nice as they tried, couldn't pick it up.
Yes, and now it was just the Sploosh left alive. The other teammates respawned already. I do feel like the right side is so underestimated on Rainmaker Undertow. Like, if you already got the checkpoint and just want to get a few quick points on the board, you can definitely go on the right side. Rainmaker fighting against the dude, he actually gets the pick, but are they able to get the checkpoint?
That's the golden question, the million coins platoon question. They have the Rainmaker in their hands. They dodged around everyone. But, oh, why did it not go on? There was space for you, and the Heavy wasn't charged. What was that play? The Crab Tech is going in, still trying to get some damage done, trying to at least minimize the damage that they're suffering right now. Rainmaker's picked up. It is on the checkpoint. It is being captured as well. But Spooky Spinner, what was that?
They're looking very good right now, but are they aiming to get the lead? Yes, they are! They're making all the way to 38.
What a push from Spooky Spinner. And they're still trying to have a go at it. They're still going in slowly. They're still jumping back into the Rainmaker is now finally out of the spawn. 38, a very, very well-timed response from the Spooky Spinners on Blanks. They have the Rainmaker now. They have the specials. They have ability to push in.
Oh,
they got rid of the Enzap. But the Tetras, oh, that's not the special you want to lose right now. The Hammer is trying to help a little bit, but it's thrown out a little bit too early. There's 2 players down though. This is where they can push. They're gonna get the lead. No! There's Heavy splitting. It got rid of them too. The Rainmaker's pushing in with 41. Just a little ledge. And oh, this is going to be the team of this fight. No, again! They're trying their best, but cannot connect that lead. Spooky Spinner clutches on by 1 point.
They did have the hammer as well, but they get taken out by the Stamper. Beautifully done. They do get the pop and probably... No, they don't decide to drop it. What? But it's just a Sploosh left alive on the side of Blanks.
They have to go fast. Reese, oh, I saw you, Reese. You were trying. I know the cheeky Sploosh-o-matic more than anyone else. And it was a very, very well good attempt. But Spooky Spinner finally got a Rainmaker out of their base. Took them about a minute to do so. But they are clutching on towards the lead. 39 to 38. Now Spooky Spinner. They want to stall, but I imagine they also want to give themselves a little bit more headroom by pushing one more time. So far, Clara not opting to do so.
Yes, I do feel like they're just gonna jump it off when they don't have much more time left on the Rainmaker clock, which is a smart play, but now it's 2 members down, so this would actually be a good opportunity to go back in once more, but it doesn't seem like they're gonna to.
I don't think they really want to push anymore. It's 40 seconds remaining. They have the Rainmaker at a comfortable spot. It's annoying for Spooky Spinner to get there as well. I think the Rainmakers are going to last too long as they opt to jump out and get splattered by a bomb. Just buys a little bit more time having Spooky Spinner or having Blanks to pop Rainmaker. Again, Rusty above the Rainmaker with an S-Blast. Can do a phenomenal amount of damage. Having the Buoy Bomb ready as well. In a second, that Rainmaker's being picked up. They will throw the Buoy Bomb, but no! There was a heavy splatling. And suddenly, Minoli, this game can shift around with 2 players down on the side of Spooky Spinner.
Yes, they really need to use their specials properly right now to get the lead. They are not allowed to just rush in blindfolded here and secure all the spets that they need.
They have overtime. They cannot afford a mistake here. 2 players down on the side of Spooky Spinners. Only 1 was down on Blanks. Everyone is respawning right now. With the Rainmaker not yet finding an opening. Not yet having an opening created. They have the... Oh!
Blanks
The
getting the
1
lead.
point. It was just around the corner. And they got to that corner too. I did not expect that one, but Blanks with a 1 point overtime lead swap goes back to the winning side of the bracket, and now they are going to the grand finals.
What is that? I don't have words right now. Words can't explain what just happened.
Same thing here, Manoli.
They
This
just
is
knew.
peak. This is peak Splatoon.
Yeah, they just knew that they had to get that 1 more point, and they knew that they could use the wall for some protection of their own to secure it and make their way into grand finals right now.
And as I say that, my last webcam battery dies. So now my Spooky Scary is just
No.
my camera screen. I don't have anything charged right now. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry, Dapple Productions. Next time I will come a little bit more prepared with grand finals, as I am now super scary sitting here in the voice.
Very scary.
It's very fitting that I've turned into a USB cable. Please to stage me to USB cable, as I don't know what Jorian is doing, but we will be going on a tiny little break to get the grand finals ready. So get yourself some drinks, get yourself some snacks, because we will be right back.
See you guys in a second. Hello everyone and welcome back to Paddling Pool. We are entering into grand finals. It's gonna be 4 Nights of Apocalypse against Blanks, and of course, I'm not alone but joined by Hack.
Still kicking. Unfortunately, I have some camera battery troubles. So I have turned into a super scary USB. Dude, that's scary. A USB cable talking to you. That is absolutely scary. But 4 Nights against the Apocalypse. They knocked out Blanks in the winners finals. Blanks came back to the losers bracket and is ready to turn this into another game 5, another bracket reset. The 4 Nights of the Apocalypse might have to say something about that though. Clemblitz on Museum Delfonsino is a game mode where Blanks just fought on, I believe, and now they are ready to win this one again.
Yes, but of course, the question that we are all asking ourselves is, are we gonna see a bracket reset, or are 4 Nights of Apocalypse gonna be able to secure this first set and close the deal right then and here?
That is, of course, the golden question. These teams are. I mean, so far, we. Okay. I just see this picture from Dudek 67.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on,
You
man.
can't do that to us.
We didn't need that on the stream. Anyway, I'm saying, so far, everyone has been duking out like crazy. A lot of close fights here. 4 Nights of the Apocalypse, though, again, with its composition where you look at it like, what? Especially with the vanilla splat rotor. What's the bubbler chase in that one? There's so many different options, and somehow they are making stuff like this work. 4 Nights of the Apocalypse, a pickup of some random strong players. One of them on Black Lotus, for example. So I'm looking at these players, and I'm looking if they can get another victory here.
Yes, 4 Nights kind of reminds me of Distinct with their unconventional comp of a splat rotor and also a bow. But they made it work, they know what they're doing, and 4 Nights seem to know what they're doing as well.
Both of these teams are very strong in the duking department. Both of these teams are very reluctant in letting each other push as they find opportunities. But Blanks is sneaky, and Blanks has an opening raised right there. With a couple clamps to the basket, pushing that push to 68. I don't think there's a whole lot of follow-up going on anymore. That's super sneaky and good opening for Blanks.
How do they keep doing this? I don't know.
I don't know, dude. They have their ways. I don't know how they do it, but they have their ways. They're sneaky. They're efficient. They do not give up. They want to have this win no matter what. 4 Nights Apocalypse opened the basket, but only able to push it to 80. They lost 2 players, and I see a lot of clamps going in the direction of the basket for 4 Nights.
Yes, and until a couple of seconds, Blanks actually were still inside of 4 Nights base, but is now 2 members down on the side of Blanks. So now 4 Nights should be able to secure mid for themselves and maybe push in once more.
They are looking, they are waiting, but there's no opportunity to start really pushing in. The heavy being forced back by the Vac, who didn't suck up a whole lot of ink, so that's not that big of a shot. Devil still being forced back a little bit. We see the Specimen going in, fighting against a Stamper. Ooh, that's a tricky fight, but Blanks again with a jump! How did they do that?
Yes, but they don't have anyone in front right now that can score more points to make the score even lower, but we'll take it. 1 power clam and a few clams behind is still a push that you can take.
Definitely will extend the lead a tiny little bit every single time. As long as you keep consistently doing it, your point score will go down by 10 at the time, whilst your opponents are not able to score any points. Angry Anya now going in, trying to get a prime, but again, Blanks extending the lead by 10, a little bit more. I don't know what the 4 Nights are doing, but Blanks is just, their sneaky strat, it's working.
They just keep sneaking in. They're not watching. They haven't learned. It's now the 3rd time, if not mistaken, that Blanks did this. So 4 Nights should know better and watch more carefully. It's now a push to 21 after 3 minutes. So it's just 2 more minutes left to play for 4 Nights to score a lot of clams to possibly get a lead switch.
They have the clamps on the board though. They have the player skill as well, but they just need to translate that into a successful push. And by that I mean they have to make an opening. They have so many power clamps on the board right now. They have 3 on the board, 1 pity clamp and 2 clamps on the middle of the map, but they lost 2 players as well, Manoli. Four Knights is not doing a phenomenal job here, and I think Reese is trying to get a sneaky push in again.
And it looks like they are gonna be able to. The big bubbler is coming out, and they have so many clams. They might even be able to make it a power clam and jump it in once again. And it looks like they are, but are they able to score? No, they're not.
Oh, they missed the power clamp. That's unfortunate because they would have almost ended the game. 18 is their current score. Minute left. Four Knights still in the game. They are not knocked out yet, but they're looking very, very tough.
Yes, one more minute. 2 members down of blanks now. They want to get in over the block, but they're not quite able to. Crab Tank is coming out, and they have so many specials ready. The big bubbler and the Inkbet. Surely they should be able to score now, no?
I think they should. They have the players down, but there's no power clamp to boot. I don't know what's happening with the Four Knights, but they have nothing. Only the pity clamp is there. 8 clamps are on the board, but they are not able to make a power clamp, and now they finally have 2. They have 3, but it's too late. Everyone from blanks is back.
Yes, but one member is alive on the grades. I'm not sure if they've seen him. No, they did not yet, or at least not take him out yet. Roller gets a pick as well. They are looking so good to score, but they just aren't.
They find the basket open, and now the clamps are coming in left and right, but they need to get the power clamps on the board. They need to get them in. They only have 7 clamps active. Onion get locked with a couple clamp spawns to get some more points on the board. 46, 43, they're still pushing it further and further. But they need a power clamp to win, and they have none. Pedo trying their best to extend that push, but that's it. No more players available. And with that, ooh, frustrating battle end. But blanks take game number 1.
What a game. I mean, they did have a good opportunity. It was just so unfortunate that they didn't have the clamps that they needed. Communication is so important. You always need to watch your clam management in your team. Otherwise, exactly that is gonna happen. You have a great opportunity for a push, but you just can't open the basket.
That sometimes is the difficult part of Splatoon. Getting the clan management in order. Getting the players towards that basket. Blanks did a phenomenal job with all the sneaky pushes. And the Four Knights let their guard down. Maybe they were a little bit too overconfident by the fact that they were winning just earlier in this set. I don't know what's happening. Maybe they were confident because they were already in the grands and they already had their free ticket. Maybe they didn't expect blanks to push this sneakily constantly, but I think after the second time you'd figure it out that you have to watch out for your spawn. But the Four Knights definitely made a bit of a misplay here. Luckily for them, they still have more chances to fight back because this is far from over. Grand Finals always brings out a spectacle. The next map mode, Robo Ramen Splat Zones, a map which I think favors the composition of Four Knights a little bit more, and sneaky pushing is not as much of a thinger as it is in Clam Blitz. Let's see if Blanks is going for that bracket reset.
Yes, I do feel like Four Knights have a great opportunity to push in with their Inkbet on this map, especially through the elbow. Like, you just use your Inkbet, you can just go in. But I do feel like if Yushi makes a smart play, if he should be using Sploosh, which I don't think he does in zones, he tends to go on Junior, there could be some situations for very great plays. But let's see what both teams are bringing. We do see a Rapid Blaster Pro Deco in combination with an E-Leader.
I am this is what I like about the Four Knights. Like, it is super risky, but at the same time, it can work so well in the winning finals. They did a fantastic job with the read composition. And looking to do a fantastic job here again. They have the opening push. They got rid of the Junior and the Heavy too. Big splats coming in from the Four Knights. They Blanks had a tactical at the ready, so the respawns are quick. But I believe Four Knights had one of their own as well, so this team fight is still going on, but Four Knights Apocalypse is coming out victorious of this one. Oh, beautiful Zuka, getting 2.
Do they get the shred onto the Booyah Bomb? Nah, they don't. I was about to say, in this composition, the Rapid has to play a bit more aggressive and more like an aggressive midline, I'd say. But so far, it has been working out pretty well. We're already at the 30-point mark. So now Blanks have to find their way in.
Blanks will open this with a Booyah Bomb and a splat against a splat shot. Will it be enough though, as Phonas Apocalypse doing a very good job on the defense here, getting refrags left and right.
Oh!
Blanks with a couple splats of zone does manage to connect and apply penalty onto Four Knights. Not gonna last long though, as Devil gets 2!
In the far right side, one player is still there. It's the shot looking to find a pick with their Zuka, but they are not quite able to. But they get taken out by the Elite. Oh, beautiful shot!
This is the strength of these power weapons here. Stamper, E-Leader, Rapid Pro. Some of the weapons are harder to place sometimes, but the payoff is always huge. These teams are now brawling it out in the middle. Blanks does not have penalty applied, so they will score a lot of points here as long as Four Knights is not able to neutralize nor cap. Big Zuka though getting rid of Ron, only getting rid of the heavy edit. That is big. They did not pick up their own tactical, so the respawn is long, and this will help Four Knights getting the zone back into their control. But so far, Blanks not giving it up just yet.
Yes, I feel like Blanks realized that they need to apply constant pressure to not give Four Knights a way of getting back in. They do have two weapons that are more range, and if they just keep running in and take them out, they are looking very good. But now it's 3 members down. It's not the lead that gets swapped.
1 point remaining. Again, we've seen this so many times today here on Battling Pool, where the 1 point differences make or break the game. Half the game is about left. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. 29 ticks of penalty remaining for the Four Knights. Lost their NZEP though. Lost their special as well. So this so might just change to orange. There it is. Can they refrag though, as they had tactical active?
Beautiful pick with the Kilowatt as well. It's 2 members down on the side of Blanks. Do they take out the Stamper in a direct? Oh, but it's a trade in the end. It's just the heavy edit left alive. And so far, Four Knights are looking very good to hold the zone.
They are doing a fantastic job. They are doing everything they need to do, and they're doing it right. But Blanks, not an easy target, not an easy team. I'm not gonna give them an easy time. I see them slowly charging up their specials. I think now the slow game is the way to go. They captured the zone. I don't think the Four Knights were very fond of going in. Diving with the defense, they were waiting for Blanks to go in, push too deep, and get punished. Very, very well done from Four Knights.
And yes, now they can set up themselves beautifully on the opposing elbow. Zuka is ready and is coming out immediately. They find a trade in the end.
Good Zuka usage from the splatter shot of the Four Knights. It's spamming them quite a bit, but every single time they use it, they do find a way. Reefsider coming out, does not connect to anyone and gets punished instantly. Only 10 ticks of penalty remaining for the Four Knights, who are still in control of the zone. I don't think they're gonna hold on for that much longer though, as everyone from Blanks is trying to paint over that. But no, I was wrong. The penalty has been removed, and they're scoring points again.
Yes, they just looking to paint the zone. They are able to paint the zone. Blanks finally able to flip it over and get rid of their penalty points, taking out player after player. Now they have to be a bit more aggressive, because on their own side they have 2 specials ready. They should use them to their advantage, but it's just the Stamper left alive.
How did the Stamper survive the Zuka even after their armor has been broken? Huge play there, allowing them to get 2 more splats onto the board on the side of Four Knights. Oh, they had the splat, but the Reef Slider connected. The zone penalty is not applied, but there's nobody there to paint. And Four Knights have 3 players on. It's a battle of paint right now. Nobody's trying to get a splat, only trying to get paint. Bouillon will help if they found a way, but neutralized for too long. It is Four Knights taking game number 2, but what a close fight that was.
Those are the games that we love to see. It has been way more even than in the first game, but I do feel like it was just because of Blanks just constantly sneaking their way in. And of course, in splat zones, you can't sneak your way. Well, into the zone you can, but not for the points that you want.
No, in splat zones it's a lot more direct, and I think that is the strength of Blanks. They are very good at the sneaky games. Rainmaker, it will work. In Clemens, it will work. In tower control and splat zones, it definitely will not. But the Four Knights, though, they were consistent. They were confident, and they got the splats they needed to get. They won the fights they needed to win. It was maybe a bit of a rough battle, but I think they definitely came out huge on top here. Very well done for the 4 Knights. The next game, Rainmaker on Humpback Pumpjack. I think this one is a little bit more favored for blanks, but only time will tell, as I don't think 4 Knights are going to take many risks here.
Yes, I do believe that we are gonna see the sploosh of Yushi coming out once more, and I do believe Hammer is pretty strong here, like especially after the first checkpoint. But if 4 Knights decide to go with their jet with the ink pack again, that could be very dangerous as well. Oh, they actually decide to go with the charger with ink pack.
Luna Blaster Neo though, Manoli, let's not forget about that one. Angry Onion does not want the Splushiomatic for the hammer. They want the Fizzy Bomb and they want the Luna Neo. And why would you not? It's a fun weapon. It can work, and especially make a map like Humpback Pumpjack with a lot of ledges. It is a fantastic weapon. 2 early splats coming out on the side of 4 Knights as blanks lose 2 players that did get the Rainmaker pop, but I don't know how much you can do with that, as the 4 Knights are pushing in strong, but they're still skirmishing on the middle of the map here.
Yes, both teams looking to play a bit more patient. They don't want to take any risks in Grand Finals. It's 3 members down. Oh, beautiful dropout here by Halfna, but it's looking very good for 4 Knights to take the checkpoint. They actually decide to go to the left-hand side.
I like that. With the hammer and the Luna Blaster Neo, it is a very strong side to push on. It's very underrated on Humpback Pumpjack because it is a lot more risky. Big splats with the Rainmaker pop for blanks. As I was saying, the hammer and Luna Blaster Neo, you have an advantage, but the risk is right here. This is next towards your opposing team's checkpoint, and with that, the blanks also take a checkpoint off the map here.
It's just the NZEP left alive. They can get a very huge lead, but beautiful snipe here by the charger.
Let's see if the 4 Knights can find a way back in, though 43 is the current lead. It's not that big, actually. They have a very easy chance to get this. They're opting to go towards the left side now. It is the more common side to push. We saw blanks do it right there. They have a hammer ready, but a wipeout! Blanks falling through the hammer of Reese. Very, very well done. And blanks now wanting to extend their lead.
Yes, but Zuka is coming out. They're already back, and they have their ink pack coming out as well. Rainmaker gets taken out. It's now 2 members down, 3 members down for Blaze.
Oh, it's looking tough, but they still hold on to that lead. They are still the leading team, and 4 Knights are the team that are having to play fairly aggressive. It's a very good tactical though. Hammer as well. They got rid of 2 in the Rainmaker. Ooh, they got the lead back. It looked very close, but they somehow found a way. Pedo extending a lead to 23. 3 players out on the side of blanks, allowing 4 Knights to pick a Rainmaker up again and going towards the checkpoint. Going on the safe side, and with that, 1 point remaining. I thought we were going to get a KO, but no, Manoli. They are still in the game.
Yes, I thought so. So what is Zuka shot? Did you see that?
Ooh, it's a close fight. It's a close fight. Players going down left and right. Ink is flying everywhere. And neither of these 2 teams are willing to give it up yet. But blanks now in trouble. They have to KO.
Yes, but they can play it a bit more patient here on the right-hand side. They can wait for the teammates to join back in, get some specials ready, and maybe get the KO. They need the KO to win this game. Zuka comes out, actually finds the pick onto the Rainmaker, but it's 3 members down on the side of 4 Knights.
That hammer though, allowing the wipeout, and this is where they can get a wipeout. Oh!
No!
The charger from Pado. This is a crazy good fight. Left and right, Pado again finding the shots they need to find and connecting perfectly. Can they get a 3rd shot? No, their teammate will, but otherwise they would have had it to the 4 Knights. Save this one in the nick of time.
Yes, they actually do decide to drop it down. I got scared there for a second they don't drop it down, but they know what they are doing. It's 1.5 more minutes left to play. I wanted to say, oh, what a hammer!
What is going on here? 4 Knights of the Apocalypse and Blanksy are doing everything in their power. They're getting alt splats. They're getting crazy clutches. They are in each other's hair, or I should rather say tentacles, literally and figuratively, as these 2 teams are brawling it out for that spot in the grand finals. 4 Knights is looking for the win, and Blanks is looking for the bracket reset. As of right now, 4 Knights is still leading the charge here. They hold on to the Rainmaker. They're trying to put it in an angry spot. They just lost it, but now all they have to do is stall.
Oh, yes, we see crazy splats left and right, beautifully dragging the attention on himself here by Reese, so his teammate can get the pick in mid. Zuka comes out, doesn't find a pick this time. Reef Slider doesn't find someone either. It's 20 seconds left to play. Blanks do have to pick up the Rainmaker in time to enter overtime.
Will they make it in time though? Palo is right there, sneaking, sharking, waiting for a poor soul to drop towards that Rainmaker, and now an Inkfect onto the Rainmaker, preventing anyone from moving in that area, but the kill will and the 52 will help it, but no! Someone on the Rainmaker got splatted. And that means 4 Knights will take game number 2 in a spectacular fashion. I'm going to be honest here. I have casted maybe 50 paddling pools so far. This ought to be one of the most interesting paddling pools I have ever casted. Right after Octofest, we get stuff like this. We get plays which are insane oddball weapon picks, and the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse are making it work. They have a strategy which I don't know even how to comprehend, but they are making it work.
I don't have words again. I don't know what to say. I mean, there's nothing to add to that. You're absolutely right. And this might go to a game 5 once again. I mean, we've seen it before. Blanks can push through to game 5 and secure the set and make it a bracket reset here, possibly. So we are gonna hop into the next game in a second, which is gonna be Tower Control on what is the name in English again? Hammerhead Bridge.
Hammerhead Bridge. It's not what it was in Splatoon 1, but after they finished building the thing, it became very interesting indeed. I still like the iteration of Splatoon 3's Hammerhead Bridge. I don't think it's as great as Splatoon 1. I do miss the grades definitely, but still a fun map. But with a fun map like this comes a fun playstyle. I am so excited what the 4 Knights are going to bring again. They have not disappointed us this stream so far, and I'm fairly sure they are not going to disappoint us again. We're going to see it here, go grant a final match point. If the 4 Knights win here, they take the crown home. Let's see. Suddenly, it is very conventional, and suddenly the opposing team has the unconventional pick with the big bubbler on the splat roller.
That is actually pretty surprising. I didn't expect Blanks to pull out a splat roller of their own. I expected them to play their double big bubbler comp once more, because they've just been so successful with it. But Crab Tank is coming out. They're looking to go in very aggressively, find a trade. In the end, it's 2 members down on both sides as Blanks attempt the first checkpoint.
They really want to get rid of the first checkpoint too, because it's always a pain to get through this one. But the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse are finding some very good splats there, but it's not enough as Blank still on the tower, still on the aggression, and still on the push. Angry Onion does not find a split against multi, and that allows Blanks to capture the checkpoint. Very well done.
I need to watch that back. I'm not sure how that Rapid survived the Beach Slider, but that doesn't matter right now as we are attending the second checkpoint already.
Blanks is fast on the tower, but they always have 1 or 2 players on it, and they're switching around to get as much efficiency on the tower as well. The Crab Tank coming out, allowing them to push even further. Tactical Cooler on the Crab Tank and on the Splatling too, as they are still pushing a checkpoint faster, further and further. 1 point remaining on the checkpoint.
No! They get it!
They did get it! Finally! 4 Knights is struggling right now, Manodi. They cannot find the picks they need.
Yes, a push to 40 within the first 19 seconds is absolutely amazing.
It really is big indeed. 4 Knights finally found a grip on the situation and are pushing the tower back towards the center of the map. They start their own first push, but they have to get through all 3 checkpoints still. Blanks did get a very good push through all these checkpoints. But the Fortnite Apocalypse, the second they get on the tower, they are strong and they are ready. We saw the first and play tower control, and they're looking to do the same thing here again. The Junior is primarily the tower favorite as they have the big bubbler at the ready. 2 players are down on the side of Blanks only as the Fortnite Apocalypse are now going in aggressive mode.
Devil actually does get the big butt, gets taken out. 3 players are shooting onto the tower. They don't want to give them any opportunity to secure more points, and they are actually able to somehow push through, getting another pick with their crab tank as well, and now it's looking scary for Blanks.
Ooh, big movement there from the Splashomatic, avoiding everything thrown at them and getting his blood to boot there as well. Suddenly, the leader 14 doesn't look so big anymore. Now does it? 20 points and counting. Fortnite Apocalypse out of nowhere are on equal score and they swap the lead.
But are they actually able to get the carrier? They have their big bubbler up. Do they get the carrier? Yes, they do. And this is how 4 Knights of Apocalypse decide to win this battling pool.
What an ending. From losing to getting a crazy 100-0 straight push in. 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, you definitely brought the apocalypse here to Battling Pool. Congratulations on your victory. And what a game. And what games they brought us. Sometimes I talk about I love Splatoon for all the little nooks and crannies you can find in the weapon roster, for all the oddball weapons you can play and stupid strategies that might suffice you to win. And the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse perfectly show that even with the off-meta picks, you can still do tons and tons and tons of damage. I think they definitely deserve the Battling Pool crown, not just by skill, but also by strategy.
Yes, unfortunately this time we've not gone to a game 5, but I'm pretty sure to say that this set was very, very intense anyway. And it has been a pleasure commentating today. I don't know what else to say.
It was indeed a very interesting battling pool. I enjoyed this one a ton, even after Octofest. I was a little bit debating whether commentating online was going to be hype, but it definitely was. Now, before we go off, Manoli, where can we find you on the internet?
You guys can find me on Twitter at Manoli Clips. This is more or less the only social media platform that I actively use. You can guys give me a shout, send me a message, follow me, whatever you want to do, and hopefully see you guys over there.
So this is the part where you ask me.
Yeah, I expected you to say it just on your own.
Well, I usually have casterhead.nl on Blue Sky, but I was doing some maintenance on my domain and I broke it. So as of now, it is actually casterhead.bsky.social. Doesn't work on the browser anymore. I will fix that at some point. But follow me on Blue Sky. It is just Casterhead on Twitter. I posted some funny pictures there, and you can also check out my photo album on whatever social platform you like to see that. But Manoli, thank you so much for joining me tonight on Battling Pool. Jorian, thank you so much for streaming this event every single week, time and time again. Streams are always such a high quality, phenomenal job. And I gotta be honest, thank you so much to everyone who watched right at home. I hope you enjoyed Battling Pool as much as we did. And with that, thank you so much for watching and see you next week.
Thank you guys. Bye bye.